on Countering Hate and Polarization, organized here at the University of Ottawa. Today's the second day of our conference, so we're going to follow pretty much the same agenda as yesterday. To give a brief introduction to our rules, give an outline of the day, and then go ahead and start with our keynote speech without further ado. As mentioned before, our collective presence here underscores a shared commitment to understanding and addressing hate in all of its forms. Let's utilize this last day to deepen our understanding, engage in meaningful dialogues, and collaborate towards making a tangible impact in the realms of justice, human rights, and global peace. This conference, once again, is organized by Northern Justice Watch in partnership with the following organizations: Human Rights Research and Education Center here at the University of Ottawa, Center for Free Expression at Toronto Metropolitan University, Center on Hate, Bias and Extremism at Ontario Tech University, and Lakehead University. Northern Justice Watch is a Canada-based non-for-profit organization working to provide legal and holistic support to the victims of atrocity crimes. The mission of NJW is to deliver justice for victims of these atrocity crimes, to challenge the impunity that is often associated with these crimes, and to uphold the human rights and freedoms of all victims across multiple countries. Now, before we go ahead, I'd like to also do a quick land acknowledgement. We pay respect to the Algonquin people, who are the traditional guardians of this land. We acknowledge their long-standing relationship with this territory, which remains unceded. We pay respect to all Indigenous people in this region from all nations across Canada who call Ottawa a home. We acknowledge the traditional knowledge keepers, both young and old, and we honor their courageous leaders, past, present, and future. A quick summary of the ground rules once again for our guests who may not have been here yesterday. Please treat all the participants, including the speakers, with respect, courtesy, and an open mind. Any form of discrimination, including but not limited to race, religion, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, will not be tolerated. Acts of anti-Semitism or Islamophobia, including offensive language, gestures, or any form of harassment, are also strictly prohibited. If you witness or experience any form of discrimination or inappropriate behavior, please report it immediately to the conference organizers. Respect the speakers, their perspectives, and if you do have any questions, please save them until the very end, which we aim to at least have 15 minutes of each panel. At that point, you're more than welcome to submit your questions while you're listening to the panels using the QR code behind me. Or in exceptional circumstances, if, due to technical problems we do have issues, we can also take questions by passing the mic around. The Q&A time is limited, and sometimes we may not be able to address all the questions due to reasons beyond our control, so we apologize in advance, but we strive and try our best to make sure that we leave at least 15 minutes, which should be enough for at least a few questions. Now, would like to go ahead and start today with our keynote speech for today. Please allow me to introduce our keynote speaker, Ms. Ilse Braun-Keres. Ilse Braun-Keres assumed her functions as the Assistant Secretary General for Human Rights on 14th of January 2020, heading the UN Human Rights Office in New York. Ms. Keres combines extensive expertise in political science, conflict prevention, and human rights with a specialization in minority rights. From 2017 to 2019, she served as independent expert member of the UN Human Rights Committee, the treaty body monitoring the implementation of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Between 2016 and 2019, she served as a senior research fellow at the Raoul Wallenberg Institute for Human Rights and Humanitarian Law at Lund University in Sweden. She's previously held several leadership positions in human rights organizations, including as member and chairperson of the Management Board of the European Union Fundamental Rights Agency. Ms. Keres also held the positions as Director of the Office of the OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities and member of the Management Board and Vice Chairperson of the Executive Board of the European Union Monitoring Center on Racism and Xenophobia. She holds a Bachelor of Arts in International Relations from Mills College in California, a Master of Arts in Political Science from Columbia University in New York, where she also pursued PhD studies. Ms. Keres, who is Latvian, speaks English, Russian, French, Latvian, and Swedish. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome. Would you like to start with this one, and then we'll try to open that one as well.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for joining.
Thank you so much. That's an embarrassingly long introduction, but I'm very grateful for the chance to be here, and thank you particularly to John Packer, my dear friend and colleague over. But it's wonderful. I was hoping to come here for a long time to interact, but this is such a great opportunity to be able to exchange with you. I actually wish I had been here yesterday, because I understand you have essentially already discussed all the things that I would like to learn from you, and also maybe I will repeat, but try to skip over some of those, since I know you're all very knowledgeable on the topics at hand. I wanted to start with just saying that these are topics, and many of you, like myself, have been working over decades, I would say, for some of us who have reached that age, but certainly years, on these very important topics. And there's still so much work to do. The linking up with the research, with policy, with what happens at international organizations and all of the different actors is so important. But I still would like to say that, and maybe with some sadness, that it's a pivotal moment right now. We're facing so many crises in the world, the overlapping crises that have led, and coming from United Nations headquarters in New York, where you have the 193 member states, I think we've seen over the last couple of years the increased sort of even acrimonious and certainly environment with tensions that are linked in to these various conflicts that are overlapping. Of course, the conflicts that are armed conflicts, tensions rising, but also we had, and someone when we were entering was mentioning COVID, I still think that we had that crisis still in mind that led to some lessons learned, but we also to take into account what happens when we have health issues and pandemics in the world, and the global issues around that. Climate, obviously, that leads to its own crises, both local and global, and increased tensions. And very importantly, I think that we feel strongly every day at the United Nations is in the last few years, starting with February 24, 2022, with the invasion and the all-out attack on Ukraine, the violation of the Charter, as the Secretary General was saying at the time, very quickly, and then the follow-up to that, and then, of course, 7th of October, the horrific attacks by Hamas, and then the follow-up on what we've seen all along now and continue to see on a daily basis on Gaza and the West Bank, and those discussions at the Security Council in particular. But of course, that's only the beginning of a context, because we have all of the other horrific armed conflicts going on, and we tend to forget them now because they get off the agenda. Sudan, the situation is not getting any better. It's all the displacement, and of course the deaths and the killings and the famine and other challenges there. We have Myanmar, of course, as well. We have still DRC with, again, increased numbers of violations and abuses in the eastern part of the Democratic Republic of Congo, and so many others. And what we see there, South Sudan, that we know is at the brink again, and a lot of these situations both have already had a history of rising hate speech before the conflict has been erupting or during the conflict, but of course also leads to an increase in both polarization and hate speech. And I think we see it on the ground, on the parties to a conflict, but unfortunately we also see it at the United Nations, where you will have groups of member states, often in opposing positions, and where dialogue that really should be, that's the very heart of the United Nations. Why is there a multilateral organization? Is, of course, is the one place where a full inclusive dialogue of all 103 member states can be held. But dialogue has also become often quite tense. So I think that's why it's even more important than ever, and this particular honing in on the issue, the link between the polarization as well, both within our societies and between member states, and even between regions to some extent is what we see also at the United Nations is particularly important. So I will not go to where I'm sure you all already know. We know on all the research that is there and over the years, over the stereotypes, prejudices, and hate and how it comes about. But I do think that it's important to note that generally speaking, and of course for those countries who do collect data, even though one can argue about the way it is collected, and there are very different approaches to that too. But we do see, sadly, of course, in these last couple of years, that there has been an increase, even from a situation where we know that we never were able to fully tackle and counter hate speech. And of course, separating it from hate crime, but clearly hate crime as such as well, again, where the statistics exist, sadly show an increase. And I would like to stress that this is not limited to some countries or some societies. It really is, and that's where being at the UN actually is a healthy reminder of both where we need to be together as members of humanity, but also, sadly, that we share some very, very negative trends and characteristics. It's a global phenomenon. We have seen this increase in all of the regions of the world, and of course, not going into necessarily specific examples, but I think also in some cases linked to extreme forms of nationalism, in sort of coming back to a narrow identity definition, to populism in other cases. But in any case, this targeting and stereotyping of groups in various societies is sadly something we have seen, and that is reflected also in the dialogues in New York. I think there is, in addition to this increase, there's also sort of the genie out of the bottle type of syndrome in the last couple of years. I think we can note that there is that real risk of normalization, that it has become acceptable to say and act in ways that just a few years ago was not acceptable. And I think that's something that obviously leads directly into the topics of this conference and what we need to be focused on. Clearly, we're talking about all of the different grounds we have, but some stand out more than others of that we see also linked to discrimination, for instance, of course. Clearly minorities in one way or another, but we have race, ethnicity, religion, very much a focus on migrants and refugees, as we know, the people on the move these days. The whole xenophobic sphere has come to the fore, I would say, more than before in some of these discourses. Disability, very strongly, which as well, more so, I would argue, in the last couple of years. And also gender-based violence, women and that are experiencing violence, but that we see reflected also in an increased misogynistic hate speech, and LGBTIQ+, in particular in some countries, and we see it reflected at the way that it is. And it's not, I'm not intending to say that the trends are equal in all countries. Obviously, you are experts and you know that that's not the case, and it's not at all true everywhere that this is on the increase. But I would say if we take it together as worrisome trends, and more recently, particularly on transgender, as we know that in some countries the discourse and the polarization around transgender has increased to the extent that, and we do see this in member states' behavior and negotiations over texts at the United Nations as well. And the shifting of alliances, let's say, the unpredictability of the world that we live in today, that also leads to those member states that we know have been stable in standing up for human rights and standing up for against discrimination and for inclusion of all groups, that has now shifted, and there are new alliances and pockets of alliances forming in this kind of political context that we're having at United Nations, which of course is a very important aspect of where we go forward with that kind of united view for that. You probably, and we have the old issues of what are the trigger moments as well, the catalysts when things that are maybe more latent come to the fore, and when they are there. And I think that, and I mentioned already the two big conflicts that are a lot of the focus in New York for member states, particularly Security Council, has been on Ukraine and on OPT. But I think that this linkage to what we see in the response to those has triggered, of course, and we saw in Ukraine, for instance, in Europe in particular, and I hope it looks like it has subsided, but initially you could see a strong tendency for anti-Russian sentiment that was being expressed openly in the streets. Lots of reports of people being targeted or experienced aggressive behavior simply for speaking Russian in public, which had not been the case before then. And of course, we all know on the OPT and Gaza that there is both an alarming rise in anti-Semitism as well as Islamophobia and other hate speech, in cases also of violence in some countries more than others. But I think this is also something that we realize that in moments like that, it doesn't mean that it's created, obviously, by the conflict, but clearly there are issues linked to conflict that we need to be looking at. And that comes to the whole prevention of atrocity crimes as well, of course, even though I'm not discussing that today myself. But I think that whole linkage to why we need the early warning focus, the prevention focus, using hate speech as the indicator, and of course hate crime is an even stronger expression that we need to not only condemn but really find effective responses to, in order to stop that trend that we can see in some of these extreme conflict situations that can indeed lead to atrocity crimes. Part of that whole, and I should have said it already in my maybe not so optimistic depiction of the global state of affairs, but one I think that is absolutely core to us working on human rights and humanitarian law. We as the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, when we have, for instance, specific mandates from the Security Council for places of conflict, and particularly when it comes to peacekeeping missions, when there is a human rights component that is part of it, integrated into the peacekeeping missions as they are. We have a mandate to monitor both human rights violations as well as humanitarian law violations, of course, since there are situations of conflict. And there I think that it's not my conclusion. I think there are many of us who have been, I was going to say lamenting, but that sounds too passive. I think that we're very actively worried about the seeming erosion of respect for international law overall, and in particular international humanitarian law and human rights law. It's not the pushback that we've already on human rights we've been talking about for years, and I actually, for one, never really bought that narrative around it too, because I thought it was sort of self-defeating if we keep saying we're under pressure and then it's just us and then we become ourselves a bit of the group that supports human rights versus all the others. So I always thought we should be more, and I was much more optimistic, but I would say that in the last couple of years that pressure on human rights combined with impunity and lack of accountability that we see for very serious humanitarian law violations as well as human rights violations, that's really something where it has now come to a situation where it's not just pressure, but where we see an undermining potentially really of that coherent approach that we've had, the universality of human rights. Again, we thought that narrative of, oh, our culture is different, our history is different, we interpret differently. We had those a couple of decades ago, but we thought we had overcome those and come back to that very essence of the Universal Declaration for Human Rights, which is the universality, the interlinkage of all rights as well. But unfortunately, I think that that's recurring now, this kind of challenge to the fact that, okay, no one will say that they're against the Universal Declaration, right? But they will say, well, but in our context, it means something a bit different, and we interpret the norms differently. And I think that this is a very big challenge, even when we deal with the issues that we have here at this conference, because apart from the usual definitional issues and how we approach it and what's there, it is really this kind of challenge in the context, how it is applied, and that it shouldn't be relativistic, but really coming to that universality of it. So in that, I also think for the trigger moments, apart from the conflicts themselves that erupt, that tend to trigger a long-lasting coming to the fore of potentially also latent, pre-existing hate, well, becoming hate speech from mere opinions and prejudice and stereotypes. We also have something that we, from our perspective at the United Nations, particularly the Office of the High Commissioner, watch very closely. And you know that in last years it was particularly relevant. That is during the election periods. We have this across the world, that's a time, because of the polarization that you've also been talking about, and of course there with domestic actors, and because of this narrative and increased populism and so on, we have seen that of course is very often a period where we do need to monitor very closely, need to have the early warning of that very extreme polarization of narratives that turn into potentially also hate speech, and of course can actually lead to very serious violations and violence. I would say that's another triggering moment that we are focusing on, and actually also last year we're building on the experience we've had in monitoring and being there for longer periods of time for various, and you know it was a year of a maximum number of elections across the world, but also learning from that in looking at what is it we're looking to do, how do we monitor, and how can we actually also develop ways of responding to it together, of course, with all of the actors, stakeholders, and locally, and maybe I'll come back to that. I'm sure you had, because it was part of the program on the social media and new technologies, so I won't go into that either, but clearly we are engaging as well. Obviously, the amplification that happens, the bubbles that we have in social media and relying on social media, also the link, but not fusing with disinformation, misinformation, but clearly there is a link there. We need to be careful, as we all know, with definitions. But so that is clearly a whole area of work I'm sure many of you are specializing on as well. But we also should remember that when we look at the global picture, in many cases we also are talking about other ways of disseminating information and other media. Radio is very important in many parts of the world still. We have, of course, the way programming on television is, particularly when I'm talking about election periods, for instance, how does that happen? Political leaders, other leaders, and how that is reflected in other media, not only in social media. So all of that, of course, a lot of work that still needs to be done, and I'm sure you're very much engaging on that as well. So there, coming to, I mentioned already, I think, on the polarizing part of it and the potential link to political violence. One is the normalization, as I was saying, of the speech I mentioned before. But I think, sadly, there is also a question of whether violence and conflict as such is something that is becoming, to some extent, normalized. When we see so many conflicts in the world, and this was, I just heard from the Secretary General of ICRC, actually, at a panel that I was at the Berlin conference on the future of peacekeeping just last week. And I thought it was so striking when he was putting it in terms of asking whether we really are taking the stance against war, or have we accepted that war is almost a natural state that happens and that we just need to deal with certain consequences. But at the same time, bringing the point, and we know that for humanitarians, just like it is for human rights actors, one part of dealing with whatever conflict we're dealing with is, of course, to be able to, or have to speak with all actors who are there, all parties to a conflict. And that goes for internal conflicts too, with that exception. And meanwhile, increasingly, we are also hearing the refusal of dialogue. based on some kind of a concept that, well, we should only talk to legitimate actors. So we refuse to talk, even if there is violence, even in situations that are extreme, situations of fighting terrorism in parts of the Sahel, in other parts of Africa and the world, and saying, well, but we are not going to talk with those armed groups because we are the legitimate authorities. And even through mediators coming in is not necessarily an openness, and even because it's perceived as being the legitimization of actors that shouldn't be legitimate. So what happens then if we're in a situation where we actually are blocking even that kind of dialogue, which I think very much contributes to the polarization and to pockets of information that are not necessarily helpful if we really want to resolve situations. Of course, they are reflected, the manipulation of, in situations where we have communities that end up being politically mobilized potentially, or in other ways, depending on the context, but where it actually spills over into something that becomes inter-ethnic, inter-communal conflict, often based, of course, on historical grievances, on a long past. It's very complex situations, we know that, but then, of course, really being able to address them and start resolving them obviously will not happen unless we are having some kind of inclusive dialogue and making sure that all are heard, whether that goes into a transitional justice process, looking at for a longer time backwards or forward, but or dealing with specific cases as they are developing. But all of that, I think, instead what we're seeing, if it comes to the stereotypes being deepened, transgenerationally, and of course hate speech then being triggered by specific situations, occasionally also manipulated in a way to support certain individuals or groups in power, for instance. So that's where the analysis that is needed. I think that for this, the one thing I would like to emphasize really is that if we have this particularly acute situation, again, not just with one case, but we're heading in the world, then all the more important that all of us who are working for resolving and addressing these issues work together. So the multi-stakeholder approach, the role of academic research, academics, the role of civil society, together with, of course, governments, obviously authorities at all levels, I should say, the local communities, of course, very importantly. And we have obviously religious leaders, many other, all the leaders, I should say, whether it's from communities in broader sense or others, but also private sector. And then, of course, us at international organizations as well, or regional organizations, multilateral organizations. How can we create a better way of making sure that we're linking up all of the knowledge that we have and are gathering, all the analysis that is there, so that we can really make sure that that can translate into action where we really are better able to address these issues, learning from each other, even while, of course, we remain contextual in each case. For us, we at the UN, I mean, you all know that, we obviously maintain the norms and the standards that we have obviously are there. We have the two, not just UDHR that I mentioned, the two covenants obviously with ICCPR, Article 19 and 20, of course, still remains the basis of what we're doing, and together, of course, where the prohibition of incitement, and there too, the interpretation, we even in the past have had those long discussions, whether it's, as in some countries, only incitement to violence that matters, whereas the UN is very clear, as we know, where it's incitement to discrimination, incitement to hostility, and incitement to violence. And then, of course, I won't go into the definitional issues, but it's very clear that that's a broad sense which really opens up the door to addressing hate speech more broadly, while obviously respecting free speech, as you all know, of freedom of expression. The initiatives have been there already for a long time. We have, of course, resolutions both at the Human Rights Council, at the General Assembly from 2011, notably on addressing and countering hatred and advocacy on national, racial, religious hatred from the Rabat Plan of Action that came shortly thereafter. So for more than 10 years, almost 15 years, this has been reconfirmed by member states almost on a yearly basis in various follow-up actions, resolutions, and discussions. So you would think that we've come a long way with it, and I think we have. But at the same time, and of course there's also the treaty bodies and their interpretation that continues to evolve through the jurisprudence. There's the Universal Periodic Review, where member states themselves give very strong recommendations to each other, including on hate speech, on countering discrimination. It doesn't mean that that translates into action by those who receive and even accept those recommendations, but at least that dialogue is there, and we should use those opening points. But it's, of course, also, unfortunately, some of the issues, in addition to the one I already mentioned, that we thought were settled, are coming back again into discussions. We, for instance, had the issue of the freedom of expression and intolerance and hatred based on religion, where in 2011, where there was an acceptance that actually it is freedom of expression means that those where people and groups of people are targeted, that is prohibited, but we cannot restrict critical speech around religion as such. But then we had, of course, you will know, in 2023, most recently, where there was those incidents, or 22, 23, the incidents of Quran burnings, again, that led to a coming back to this push for a stronger condemnation that led to a resolution that was adopted on that really targeting advocacy or hatred against the religion as such, and in a broader sense, to address and prevent and prosecute actions that include advocacy of religious hatred. And that was, it's not just to say that we came back to it. The reason I'm pointing that one out is because very worrisome was that what we thought was a consensus that had been formed, that particular resolution at the Human Rights Council was adopted with a very split vote. So they were the 28 member states were for, 12 were against, and 7 abstained. And very sadly, in that split vote, you could also see this tendency that we need to really watch out for against universalism, that it ended up being the Western part of the world was against, and then many from what we call the global South was for. So I think that's something, and that was already a couple of years ago. But I think in that kind of sense, we had initiatives at the United Nations last year. The Pact for the Future was adopted by member states by consensus, -1 potentially, but and that reconfirmed as well that this is really that work needs to be stepped up to work against, in particular, also hate speech and intolerance based on religion. So there was a coming together on that, a recommitment to it, and we keep hearing it. But at the same time, this worrisome tendency that there can be actually a split in how we interpret it again. And there too, I think that the answer is that we need to come together and continue to analyze and go back to the framework that we do have, the interpretation by the authoritative bodies that the treaty bodies are, the authoritative interpreters, and really following also the coherence across the regions, not to forget about the regional institutions and organizations, including also, of course, human rights related ones and courts. So that's, I think that for us, just maybe 2 words about our office, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. We are working actively, both in terms of making sure that we have guidances and understandings and the way that we can support work that counters hate speech, and certainly also we have a package of a guidance on comprehensive anti-discrimination legislation that includes also a specific module or a package for hate speech as well. This is something that we actually do see some progress there. So not just to sound so gloomy, but there actually are quite a few countries, I think it was 44, I don't have my numbers now, who actually have relatively broad, no one is perfect, obviously. This is part of being human as well, so that's good. But we have about 44 countries that have, broadly speaking, adopted comprehensive anti-discrimination legislation, and that has been a trend that has gone forward. There are more than 30 who are actively working towards this as well, but sadly, of course, there also are some who are refusing to engage on developing, so it's not all good news, but there is some good news on this. Then we have also specific work that we're doing on relating to hate speech, including in countries as such, where we're working together, and in certain cases together with the Office of the Special Advisor for the Prevention of Genocide, and in other cases ourselves with the country teams in different places, where also there's an openness from the host government to make sure to get that support and working on strategies and action plans that take into account the context and the specific actors that need to be involved, and we've done that in quite a few countries. There's a regional initiative that I would like to stress, which was for the Horn of Africa, which again is a situation with quite a lot of tensions that are going on, and together with the Office of the Special Envoy of the Secretary General for Horn of Africa, our office for human rights located in Addis was working on a regional strategy countering hate speech that then is adapted, comes together. It brings together the member states of the region, another very important part of it, because of course part of that is also cross-border sources of, or at least reinforcement of hate speech and the rising tensions and so on. So these activities are going on. I think that there is an openness from member states who do realize that that's once you're in that situation, the work with local communities becomes extremely important in those circumstances, and a lot of our country teams are also doing that. Just one maybe, because I mentioned elections, and I'll finish on that one, because someone, I was given my wonderful coffee here entering, we were talking about how that we should look at also practical examples. And of course, sitting in headquarters in New York, I'm talking about the policy level maybe, and also the Human Rights Council in Geneva. But of course, again, saying our teams on the ground actually work very practically, hands-on. And one example I also wanted to mention that to me was a good example is a couple of years ago in Kenya, not to speak of the current situation in Kenya, I'm not going there, but for a couple of years ago when the elections took place, we actually had our team and a surge team that was sent to participate in both in monitoring the elections and in view of rising tensions and hate speech and so on. But in that context, also looking at disinformation and misinformation. And there we were able to work together with the government and with media, with journalists, and with civil society. And it was agreed as a group to work together that would be monitoring the content on social media and elsewhere, and to be able to work together to actually take action to counter it and counter also disinformation, but certainly stopping it from spilling over into and becoming a source feeding hate speech. So this was one example of that multi-stakeholder approach that I think that we're increasingly also in need of doing in practice, not only when we talk about having sharing our experience and our knowledge. So I think that I will stop there, but thank you very much for this opportunity to being here with you, and I'm looking forward to hearing from you now and in the next panels, of course.
Thank you for that wonderful speech. As I'm monitoring my forms for questions, for those of you who weren't able to send them, or for those of you who may have a question at this point, I'm also able to take them from the room. We have about a few minutes, so in the meantime, if we do have a question, then I can pass the mic over.
Or comments.
Or comments.
Thank you very much for those wonderful remarks. I'm sorry I missed the early part of it. I was a bit late getting here. I became interested in politics in my late teens, started observing politics both in Canada and globally, and I saw a progression of things getting better for a couple of decades. And then 9/11 happened, and it seems like everything changed. And what I've seen on the global stage since 9/11 are agendas of international actors, including the big players, United States, European Union, and so forth, where international law, the so-called international legal order, is used to push their agendas. But when there are agendas of the global south, they're either put on the back burner or totally ignored. And I'm referring specifically, of course, to what's happening in Gaza. That's not something that started in October 2023. It's been going on since the creation of Israel on stolen land. And right now, the conservatively estimated death toll is over 61,000. And all the other numbers are even more horrific. We see this happening, we see the way that the West reacted to Ukraine, giving billions of dollars in aid and support to a white Christian nation. And yet here are people who have neither Army, Navy, nor Air Force to defend themselves, who have been suppressed and oppressed and brutalized for decades. And yet, where's the international legal order? Frankly, I think the international legal order is a sham. It's a term used to basically support the agendas of Western nations to the exclusion of the interests of places like the Palestinians in Gaza, or the people in Kashmir, or the Rohingya, or the Uyghurs, or other oppressed people around the world. I'd like to get a response to what you think about that.
I wondered if we gather order. Well, you're right. You're putting your finger in something that has become a very big, also part of the discussions in New York, because you're right that when Ukraine happened, there was actually a rallying of, and largely the global south came on board in the initial resolutions that were taking place at the United Nations. We had, of course, the Security Council that continues and did be dysfunctional, given that you have five members who have the veto right. But at the General Assembly, you really could see that. And actually, there was a very eloquent Kenyan ambassador who was at the time a member of the Security Council, who made a very eloquent speech for why territorial integrity has to be upheld, and that we're all together on this. And then came Gaza and the West Bank, and the disillusionment, I think, and the arguments, and I understand from John that all of this probably also feeds into the double standard arguments, because that became very much something that we've heard all the way through, of course, the kinds of arguments that, it's fine, we have the norms, they're there, the framework is there, but they're not applied equally, and all the power relations that go into it, and then in some cases you pay attention, in others you don't. And I think this really became heightened in New York in the discussions too, and the disillusionment by many of those member states from the global south who had supported initially, and actually that led to increased division also over Ukraine over time, because you're saying, well, how come, you want it all, and you run around rallying all of us when it comes to this situation by some of those leading member states, and then you don't when it comes to others. And there are many other cases as well in addition to those you mentioned. I would like to stress that, to me, working on human rights as an expert initially, and now as part of an international organization, and with the High Commissioner, I think, in the lead of this, for us, the answer is that the international law is the objective basis that has been agreed on. The norms are there, they have not, and they need to be implemented, and we need to make sure that we bring the information and the analysis equally, regardless of what situation and what conflict situation or what country it is, which is different from what member states then do with it. And this is, I think, of course, is something that I encounter all the time. As we can't expect necessarily that the general public will make a distinction between what is the UN, what is the member states part of the UN. Their General Assembly, Security Council gets a lot of attention, and it's quite dysfunctional, versus what is the Secretariat working with the Secretary General on following the norms and principles and values and implementing them for the United Nations, and in particular, of course, also on the human rights side of it. There's another dimension where there is also the Human Rights Council appointed special procedures who are independent experts. They are appointed and voted on by member states, but they then become independent and also carry a voice that I think also the population at large will see, well, that's the UN speaking, which actually it may not be, because we, in our position as part of the Secretariat, as being the High Commissioner's team on human rights, may or may not be in full agreement with some of those experts' statements. So I think that's unfortunately not a very good answer to your question, because I'm seeming to say that, oh, the member states are doing it, we cannot, that's not our business. It is our business. We need to bring in, our business is bringing in objective, rigorously verified information, which we do in all of these cases, and including when we get the chance, and we've had the High Commissioner last year, I think it was 4 times that he has actually been called to brief, and I've been before then as well, briefing the Security Council on the situation in OPT, and let's not forget the West Bank, it's not only Gaza, and we have a team on the ground. It's now, unfortunately, our team for Gaza is in Amman, for OPT is in Amman temporarily, because we have issues of access. But we are verifying and continuing that information. We're bringing it, just like we have a monitoring team on the ground in Ukraine that continues to monitor as well and bring that objective, verified information there. It is meant to feed into member states being able to make the proper decisions on it. And then, unfortunately, as you say, there will be the political part of it ends up being something that we may or may not be able to influence, but what we do what we can by bringing the information, and there the universality and having the standards, I think, is exactly the way we need to do it, because there is no other objective agreed standard that all member states have agreed to, and that we have to and apply equally to all member states. We, of course, have more information on some than others. We're not present in all countries in the world, but where we are present and are able to do that monitoring, that is exactly I think, a big part of the value that we can bring to the discussion. But
with that, do you have a question, Mr. Professor?
Thank you very much for your remarks. One thing you mentioned in passing that, and I don't think it's been brought up during the conference, and I almost never hear it referenced, is Article 20 of the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Of course, we reference Article 19, freedom of expression, the limitations on it, then we get into big arguments about how those limitations are exercised and not. But you mentioned about the normalization of war and conflict and resort even to unilateral force, the right of self-defense that is invoked in aggressive, offensive means, which often are linked to violations of humanitarian law and so forth and so on. So Article 20, given the topic we have before us, which added to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. I mean, the provisions of Article 20 are nowhere mentioned in Article 19 of the UDHR. Initially, are place a limitation on propaganda or incitement to hostility. I think the word hatred is there. It's hostility, hatred, and discrimination, if I remember. It's something like that. I forget the exact phrase. And that's clearly linked not just to civility in society, but specifically to fomentation of aggressive, including antecedents of conflict and war. So I also note, because I consider this bizarre, it's not a non-derogable right. That strikes me as weird. What's the rationale to permit a state to derogate from that prohibition? I'm not sure what the good thing would be about propaganda for any of that. But it begs a question about rigorous implementation, oversight and implementation. And I've never seen, but maybe I'm just not aware, the High Commission for Human Rights or really the treaty bodies collectively do a kind of vigorous, I would think it's timely right now to focus on Article 20. What is happening on Article 20? And so I don't know. If the first question is the High Commission for Human Rights doing anything specifically on Article 20. Amongst the treaty bodies, and you were previously a member of the ICCPR Human Rights Committee, I don't know what the number is now, 90% of states, 178, 80, something like that, states or parties, maybe more, I can't recall. But that's a lot of the world. Has there been an effort? I don't even know if NGOs are focusing on it. I hear almost nothing about Article 20, so I'd be grateful for your thoughts about it in the context of this.
Yeah, John, thanks a lot, and thanks for noticing and for emphasizing that. It's actually something that I've been trying to always do, because I think personally, and coming from my experience on the Human Rights Committee, I think that the linkage is there, sort of mentioned en passant by some, so occasionally, but it's not sufficiently taken into account. And to me, it should be, because we have a lot of focus on Article 19, as we know, and we've had it over the years, and that's good. But I really think they should come as a package. And that's something where I even looked into, you know, that there is, from the Human Rights Committee, there is General Comment 34 that was on Article 19. So it also, but even there, because I looked it up precisely also looking here, all it has is a tiny little paragraph, I think, in the end, in saying that, well, there is also the Article 20. We had some very interesting discussions when I was a member of the Human Rights Committee on this, because there are other court systems, of course. That's a quasi-judicial. Of course, the treaty body is not a court, but still we're interpreting in view of cases and situations. But then looking at case law from courts, and there's European Court for Human Rights that has interesting case law on this also. What is protected speech? And I remember, to me, a very compelling argument that has been used in the European Court for Human Rights is that because there were challenges on freedom of speech. Some of the cases were very famous from Denmark, from elsewhere, where they were challenging those who actually expressed hate speech and extreme speech, challenged in court based on their freedom of expression. And isn't this a timely topic today, where we end up seeing even the interpretation of free speech in a very bizarre way, where free speech is there for some, even very extreme ones, when we have some coming from this part of the world to the European part of the world and saying you should really allow all of these people to speak much more freely, while you actually have a targeted censorship of other speech there. So I think it's a very dangerous context that and looking from a hate speech perspective. So all the more reason to have this. And the European Court for Human Rights, in some of those cases years back, had actually explicitly, there was a discussion making, yeah, but this is not protected speech. You cannot have the incitement to violence, discrimination, hostility, even though the European framework is somewhat different. But this is not something that should be protected. And judges had actually written very eloquently on that one. And therefore, you know, they could not be claiming the freedom of expression rights on that. And to me, that goes for the ICCPR as well in this. But you're right. I think that this needs more elaboration. There is that part on the propaganda for war as one obviously prohibited one, and then on the other hand, the incitement part, even though the tests still remain, the test for, you know, legitimate aim and proportionality and so on, that we have the tests for Article 19 are still there, but that only shows that they're very clearly linked and should be linked in our analysis, I think. So thanks for that support for this, that we need to go forward and I think do more analysis, because it hasn't been done. The general comments, you know, from the Human Rights Committee, they're almost on all the articles, but there's nothing on Article 20. Yeah.
With that, I also thank you for your introduction, and then they'll have their presentations, upon which, again, hopefully we'll have time for some questions. I'll start with Moise Karimji. Moise Karimji works as the acting deputy Crown Attorney in Ottawa Crown Attorney's Office, which he joined back in 2003. He's also a professor of law at the University of Ottawa. He's a leader of the Ottawa Crown Attorney's Hate Crime Prosecution Group and is a founding member of the Ontario Hate Crime Working Group. In addition to prosecution of hate crimes, Moise Karimji has prosecuted significant other cases, such as the first conviction in Ontario for sexual assault by secretly recording and participating in the sexual activity, and Freedom Convoy 2022 cases. Prior to joining Ottawa Crown Attorney's Office, he worked as a prosecutor in Whitby and Newmarket from 2000 to 2003, and defense counsel from February 1999 until September 2000. Moise Karimjee is also the author of 3 editions of Issues in Criminal Trials and Summary Appeal Law, published by LexisNexis in 2015, 2018, and 2023. Moise Karimjee is a graduate of Osgoode Hall Law School and University of Guelph. He was called to the Ontario Bar in February 1999. Moise Karimjee, thank you for joining us. Moving on to Staff Sergeant Ali Togrol. Staff Sergeant Ali Togrol serves with the Ottawa Police Service's Community Safety Services, where he oversees the Mental Health Unit, Crime Prevention, Adult Pre-Charge Diversion, and the Auxiliary Program. With a strong commitment to community well-being and collaborative policing, Ali plays a key role in advancing proactive and supportive approaches to public safety. He previously led the Ottawa Police Hate and Bias Crime Unit, where he worked to combat hate-motivated incidents and support the affected communities. Ali also contributes at the national level as chair of the training subcommittee for the Federal Hate Crimes Task Force, where he helps shape training and policy to address hate crimes all across Canada. Sergeant Ali, thank you for joining us. Last but not least, Ricky Verappan. Ricky currently serves as the OPP Special Advisor in the Office of Professionalism, Respect, Inclusion, and Leadership, with a mandate focusing on equity, inclusion, hate crime, and human rights. Prior to joining the OPP, he served as a police officer with York Regional Police for 34 years, retiring as the superintendent overseeing community services, which among other areas included diversity, equity, inclusion bureau, and hate crime investigations. He's led and managed teams in advancing diversity, equity, inclusion, and human rights in dynamic policing environments for the past 30 years. He has also served in various police operational, investigative, and crime prevention capacities, including for 10 years as a police crisis hostage and negotiator. He's a strong advocate for policing through the lens of human rights in the context of safeguarding and serving communities, reflecting a microcosm of the world, and community police collaboration towards safe, secure, welcoming, and inclusive communities. He's a graduate of the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police Executive Global Studies Program, the Rotman Police Executive Leadership Program at the University of Toronto, and holds a master's degree in conflict analysis and management, specializing in political, ethnic, and security issues from Royal Roads University. Mr. Ricky, thank you for joining us. We'll start with Ricky Verappan's presentation and then move on with the rest of our speakers. This one is on, but I can also give it a wireless one, whichever is this way. Cool.
Thank you very much, and again, it's wonderful to be here among some awesome colleagues and in an incredible learning environment. So thank you so much for this very kind invitation. I currently work for the Ontario Provincial Police, which is a provincial police organization serving roughly 327 of Ontario's 444 municipalities, and in a community where we have just an incredible array of diversity, human diversity within our communities. It's quite incredible to be able to, and very, very challenging, but with all kinds of opportunities to be able to work with communities from literally all parts of the world. My presentation, entitled Policing Through the Lens of Human Rights, is put together specifically because, when we look at Canada as a nation where we have an intersection of values, cultures, belief systems, ethnicities from literally all around the world, perhaps our greatest challenge is how do we peacefully coexist? And from a policing perspective, what are some of the things that policing should be aware of in order for us to be able to safeguard communities in terms of safety, security, and well-being? So many of the groups that we work with, a lot of my work focuses on working with marginalized communities from many, many different parts of the world, communities that have faced persecution, hate crime, ethnic violence, civil conflicts, and all those types of things from around the world. When I look at the community in Ontario, I see not just 10,000, roughly 16 million residents in Ontario, but really a province with roughly 16 million individual expressions of human diversity. And by extension, when we look at the world, roughly 8 billion individual extensions of human diversity. So how is it possible to understand all the complexities of diversity, equity, inclusion, human rights, and all of those things as they play out within the context of our communities? So essentially, when we look at the, let me just move that forward. So essentially, when we're looking at the community that we serve within Ontario and within Canada, it's really a microcosm of the world. We've got all of these incredible features of human diversity that present all kinds of incredible opportunities for policing to learn from and to grow with. But at the same time, there are a number of challenges that we face within that microcosm of the world. And some of those challenges appear to us sometimes in the forms of hate crime, bias, prejudice, sometimes historical animosities which are imported and sometimes play out within the context of our communities in the greater context of policing and working with various communities. Some of the outreach work that we've been doing has been focusing on Hazaras, on Yazidis, on Uyghurs, on Falun Gong, Roma, Dalits, and many, many other marginalized communities that sometimes have little or no voice. You know, as we know, within our communities, we have communities that have large profiles, some of them have medium profiles, and some of them have smaller profiles. So who are the ones with the smaller profiles? Who are the ones that have no voice? Who are the ones on the fringes of communities that policing should always be engaged with? So when we speak about policing through the lens of human rights, policing through the lens of human rights provides us the platform in order to be able to engage. And I'll speak about some of the 5 principles that we use when we speak to police officers dealing with hate crime and really serving multicultural environments of which Canada certainly fits. This slide right here, this is a quote from Maya Angelou, which says that light and shadow are opposite sides of the same coin. We can illuminate our paths or darken our way. It's a matter of choice. You know, when I look at the work that we're engaged in as police organizations serving multicultural communities, I tend to look at it as a continuum. And ultimately, what I offer for your consideration is just one small slice of a very, very large pie of many, many different perspectives on this particular topic. And if we consider the worst types of environments that any community would want to live in, environments where we have genocide, where we have ethnic cleansing, where we have war crimes, atrocity crimes, crimes against humanity, and all of those very, very ugly expressions that we often see in various parts of the world, that's on the very far end of that continuum. Well, that's never a place that we want to be. And how do we move in the furthest opposite direction? And what could potentially be on the opposite side of that continuum? Perhaps it could be something like enhanced quality of life. Enhanced quality of life for all people within our communities. But in order to achieve enhanced quality of life, we need to be living in environments where people can peacefully coexist, because without peaceful coexistence, how do we enhance our quality of life? But in order to live in environments where we can peacefully coexist, we need to be living our authentic lives. So everyone needs to be living their authentic lives, their authentic identities. What are those identities? How do we find out about those identities within policing environments? But in order to live with our authentic lives, we need to have a sense of belonging. So without a sense of belonging, how do we ever live our authentic lives with the full glorious expressions of human diversity? And in order to have a sense of belonging, we need to ensure that the environments that we are engaged in, that we serve, are inclusive. That as police organizations, the services that we provide must be inclusive. But in order to provide inclusive environments, we need to understand and appreciate the broad dimensions of equity and what equity means and the difference between equity and equality and why equity is so important, because there really is no one-size-fits-all approach. And in order for us to understand equity, it's incumbent that we understand the broad dimensions of human diversity and just how broad those are. So that continuum reversed engineers brings us to the middle. And on the other side of the continuum, when we look at atrocity crimes, before you get to atrocity crimes, you're dealing with various forms of dehumanization, and perhaps before you're dealing with that, you're dealing with various forms of hate crime and violent hate crime, and before you get to that, you're dealing with various forms of racism and discrimination, and then perhaps prejudice, and then stereotypes, biases, perceptions, attitudes, and where those two continuums meet is where I see human rights. And when I speak about policing through the lens of human rights, when we speak to police officers about the broad context of policing and the importance of human rights in policing, it's that starting point. So when we use human rights as our starting point, when human rights are violated and neglected and not appreciated, we have a tendency to spiral down in a negative perspective in one way, in one direction on the continuum. But when we appreciate and celebrate human rights and honor and respect human rights, we have the ability to build incredible capacity moving in the opposite direction on that particular continuum. Here's a quote from a retired Supreme Court Justice, Justice Beverly McLaughlin, which really speaks about the importance of human rights in the world that we live in, understanding the broad dimensions of conflict and all the challenges that come with you know, in serving and in working with nations from all across the world. But essentially what she speaks about right here is the importance of human rights in order for us to move in a direction where we can build peaceful communities and live in peace and harmony. Many of the quotes in this presentation are things that have inspired me in my work, in the work that I currently do with the police organization. This one right here, I think whenever we speak about human rights and policing through the lens of human rights, or just human rights in general, this is an incredible quote I found from Wade Davis. Wade Davis is a Canadian anthropologist, which really says the world in which we are born is just one model of reality. Other cultures are not failed attempts at being you. They are unique manifestations of the human spirit. And the reason I chose this quote is because it really speaks to it. To me, it's a starting point when we speak about human rights, when we speak about the critically important work that police organizations do in safeguarding communities. A second quote that I find, again, also very inspiring was from a lady by the name of Tanya Khan. Tanya Khan was a teacher in the York Region District School Board. She passed away a number of years ago, but she said that human rights is not a buffet where you can choose some things and not others. If you believe in human rights, we believe in it for all people. So there is, you know, you can't sit on the fence when it comes to human rights. Either you support human rights, you advocate for human rights, or you don't, right? It's not only about me and my people or people who look like me, but it's about all of us. We're all in this together. This one right here is a quote from Conflict Resolution. It really says only one who is willing to give up their monopoly on truth can have a benefit from the truths that others hold. And really what it speaks to, from my perspective, is how we broadening our horizons, broadening our understanding of the world in which we live, and especially from a policing perspective, to be able to understand that when we look at our community, there's all kinds of opportunity for growth. And this, to me, really represents an incredible opportunity for growth and learning. And perhaps my favorite quote of all, to be free is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others. So when I look at this quote right here, I don't only see human rights, it's about human responsibilities. So human rights cannot exist in the absence of human responsibilities. So my right to be safe at this podium right now is dependent upon your responsibility not to cause harm to me, and vice versa. So human rights and human responsibilities go together. And these are some of the messages that we try to impart through policing, in sharing presentations with our teams of officers, with hate crime units as well. And so when we look at all of these together, what does it mean? So how do we capitalize on some of the opportunities that it presents? So certainly there are many challenges that come with policing multicultural communities, communities that reflect a microcosm of the world in terms of historical animosities, in terms of conflict, in terms of biases, prejudices, and things that are brought into communities. But how do we deal with it? You know, in addition to that, there are all kinds of opportunities, and the opportunities that exist for policing, and I won't go through there's a comprehensive list of them, but it's taking time to engage, connect with people, understand the dimensions of human diversity, understand cultures, understand lifestyles, understand worldviews, understand identities, understand perspectives, and all these different things that define us as human beings, as well as the multiple intersectional components of our human diversity is critically important. So from a hate crime perspective, trying to understand not only hate crime and the technical aspects of hate crime, but what are some of the nuances that we may be missing out if we don't broaden expand the boundaries of our thinking. So based on this, there are five guiding principles that we use when we speak about human rights and policing. And the first one is policing through the lens of human rights. Policing through the lens of human rights and not human rights through the lens of policing. Because human rights through the lens of policing implies that human rights is a toolkit on our belt, like with our gun and our badge and our handcuffs and pepper spray and all the other things that police officers carry. And at certain times we take it out and we apply it and then we put it back with our equipment. My perspective is that that's not how it should be. Policing through the lens of human rights is the lens in which we do everything that we do when we engage in policing. And so policing through the lens of human rights is also, with all the incredible human diversity, as I said, about roughly 8 billion individual expressions of human diversity in the world in which we live, human rights is the fundamental platform on which all of that should be built, because it's the only thing that applies to all people. No one can say, I'm separate from that. It does not apply to me. Now, the application of it, there may be differences in that, but in terms of what human rights represent, it applies to all people. The second guiding principle is policing with a global mindset. Within our diverse and microcosm of the world type communities that we serve, it's critically important to understand that global events impact us locally. And if we don't police with a global mindset, we will lose out on the context of some of the critical issues that influence and fuel conflict within our own communities. So understanding things like, for example, the Sri Lankan Civil War, the pro-democracy protests in Hong Kong, the Gaza conflict, and many, many other conflicts around the world, and how all of those issues related to geopolitics play out in our communities in the form of micro-geopolitics. And how do we understand the micro-geopolitics? And certainly we have no control over geopolitics, but yes, we can control some of the issues related to micro-geopolitics because we work within the Canadian context. We've got the Canadian we've got the criminal code, we've got Charter of Rights. We have many, many other regulations and laws that help us do the work that we do as from a policing perspective. The third principle that we use in training for police officers is a time of a crisis is not the time to be exchanging business cards. And this really speaks to the importance of outreach and relationship building, taking the opportunities when nothing is happening, engage with people, connect, exchange your business cards, get to know people on a first name basis, because when that time of crisis comes and when you get that call for help, you need to be able to respond. It's not the time to be finding out who's in charge of that and who do I speak to. So a time of crisis is not the time to be exchanging business card. The fourth principle is policing with humility, compassion, and empathy. And policing with humility is really the first part of that. Policing with humility is about self-reflection. As a police officer for 34 years, I had the incredible honor and privilege of serving my community. It was a title, it was a position that I held in very, very high regard. It was not lost on me that every day I would go out and put on a police uniform, joined by moms and dads and brothers and sisters and sons and daughters from all aspects and all walks of life, coming together with a common purpose to keep our communities safe and secure. Right? So when we speak about policing with humility, it's recognizing that you've been entrusted, police officers have been entrusted with a very, very, very important job, and to take that seriously and to do the best we can. The second part of that speaks about compassion and empathy, and it's really not about me, it's about how I engage with others. Do it in a way that's empathetic, do it in a way that's compassionate. For many people, policing is not the profession that they want to be engaged with. But most times when people come into contact with police, it's at very, very desperate times in their lives. It's pivotal moments in their lives, perhaps when someone's been victimized by a hate crime and they come into contact with police. So how do we engage with them in a way that is compassionate and empathetic? And if that was my relative, if that was my mother or my loved one, how would I expect them to be treated? And how would I want them to be treated? And that's what this principle speaks to. And the final principle, leading with our humanity. Leading with our humanity really is never allowing the uniform, the rank, the badge, the position, the title to impede or constrain or get in the way of how we engage with others, but rather use the uniform, use the badge, use your title, use your rank to amplify our humanity. And when we speak about leading with our humanity, it's really an important distinction between personal power and positional power. And positional power is transient. Before I became a police officer, I was Ricky Virapin. when I became a police officer, I was Officer Ricky Verpin, and now that I've retired, I'm Ricky Verpin. So that stays with me through my entire life. Personal power, it's how we engage, and one of the important reasons for engaging through your personal power and leading with your humanity is because it allows us to connect with people on a very, very, very fundamental human basis through the level of our shared humanity. I'll just end with, sorry, just give me one moment. I'd just like to end with one particular slide right here before I hand it over to my colleagues, and it's the very last slide, which is a quote from Martin Niemöller, which really speaks to the importance of us working on all of this together. Our distinguished guest this morning, Madame, spoke about the importance of working together, about collaborating and all the incredible work that's being done around the world. And I think this is just another illustration of it. So what I'd like to just share with you is that sorry, just give me one moment. So as we close off this presentation, it's my hope again that we leave this conference here today empowered by new friendships, inspired to make a positive difference, reaffirming with relentless vigilance our collective commitment to actioning the principles of human rights and human responsibilities, while living the values of diversity, equity, inclusion, and respect for all people in our global community. And as we navigate our 25th year into this new millennium, let us also embrace human rights education as a powerful tool in breaking the barriers of hate, while serving as a foundational and essential building block for peaceful coexistence, as it strategically positions us all with the privileged responsibility to advance the full potential of our shared humanity. Thank you.
Hello. Since we have figured out how to use the PowerPoints now, we can begin. Thank you very much for having Sergeant Togrol, Ali, and myself present our perspective on countering and experience in countering hate and polarization. Ali and I do this as a team. We have presented as a team on many occasions, and we intend to do so today. And Ali, you want to just step in?
We also do birthdays, bar mitzvahs. So if you like what we present, like we said, we're a duo here. But again, talking about going back to what our previous two speakers said, we sort of have a connection in terms of the work we do. But again, our backgrounds are somewhat unique in terms of what we do. I'm a Baha'i and Moise is a Shiite Muslim. So in terms of historically what's been happening between our two people, and we end up in Ottawa, in Canada, the greatest country on earth, where the two of us came hand in hand in terms of combating extremism and hate crimes. Again, typically you would not see this combination in our homelands per se, doing this, but again, these are the opportunities that we're giving in this great country, and we take that responsibility seriously.
And we are best friends as well. So what we, how do we counter, what's our response to hate and polarization? And we'll be sharing what has worked for us, and hopefully we'll hear from you on your questions and any suggestions that you have.
And like I said, like we prefer, so we do this a lot together. So the presentation goes a lot smoother, better for everybody. If you have questions or concerns or your disagreement, that you can ask while we're talking. I understand the format is to wait to the end, but we're going to break that format. And we're going to say, if you have anything that sort of comes up, please go ahead. So we're going to give you a perspective from a policing side and from the courts and from a Crown's perspective. Like we'll split it in terms of how, from a policing organization, how we deal with the public, what our, in terms of training and how we reach out to our various communities. And then you'll see the connection between myself and Moise in terms of when charges are laid, how it gets to court, and when we do afterwards.
So I think point number one is really important. The police and the Crown and the public in Canada needs to know of the existing criminal code provisions that can be utilized to address hate. And that becomes important to point number two. If you know the tools that you have available, especially investigators will ask relevant questions during hate crime investigation. And the third part is if, Ali, if you can speak to that.
Sure, and just touch, again, like you'll see, the two of us will go back and forth, just our style. So if you go back to number two, in terms of, from a policing perspective of what our responsibilities are. In 2019, when I was tasked to create the unit, there was a gap in terms of our knowledge of what hate crimes and hate incidences were internally. So imagine that is probably multiplied by a factor of 100 when you're looking at externally. When as a police agency, we don't know how to properly investigate hate crimes or hate incidents, the expectation wasn't going to be that the members of the public would be as sort of confused or lost in terms of that. So one of the things we did was create the hate crime unit, but that wasn't enough in terms of what our expectations were, and when Moise and I discussed this. So from 2019 till now, we've trained every police officer in our organization who's in a position to take a report from the public to have a very basic amount of information on what hate crimes and hate incidents are. Those include our dispatches, our call takers. Then from that, we have extensive training for our investigators that goes beyond the bare minimum. Every time there's an intake of recruits that come in, there's a 3-hour training session that's done, again, based on the basic concepts of what hate crime, hate incidents are, talking about the different cultures that are in Ottawa, how each are impacted differently when it comes to hate speech and hate crimes. And again, that turns into a sort of a successful, what we consider, and again, a lot of work to be done still, what we consider a sort of a success within Ontario. As a very small unit, we prosecute probably more hate crime offenses than any other service in Canada. We've been extremely successful in terms of creating case law, in terms of hate speech, hate propaganda in Canada. And again, that is part of the communication and the relationship that we have. When an incident takes place in Ottawa, the two of us are instantly on the phone discussing, okay, is this what section of the criminal code is applicable? What can we do in terms of enhancing community trust? And from then also, Ricky brought up a great point, times of crisis isn't a time to be sharing information or passing out personal cards to people. We have very good relationships within the community, and those are ongoing. These are communication that even Moise sometimes gets involved in terms of reaching out to various communities in Ottawa, asking them what their concerns, what their needs are. I think that's crucial in terms of how successful we've been, and again, in terms of bringing in these communities when we do go to court and we need some assistance from them in terms of dealing with victims and supporting their victims.
And in terms of victims, so whenever there is a hate-motivated crime, Ali gives me a call. Like if somebody especially is a serious crime where somebody is arrested and held for show cause being is held in jail pending determination by a judge whether to release that person or not. So even if somebody is arrested on Friday night at 10 p.m., Ali calls me and I make sure that there is a Crown in court on Saturday, because every accused has a right to appear before a judge within 24 hours of being arrested, and so that the case doesn't fall through the cracks, and that a Crown is there on Saturday taking a position on whether to detain the person, seek the detention of the person, or consent to the release on strict conditions. So that's one of the things that we do, and also as soon as a charge is laid, we arrange for a meeting with the victim, so the victim is kept in the loop. The importance of knowing the law in addressing hate crimes. I know I've skipped a few slides, but just to illustrate. So the first example A woman wearing a hijab is walking on a public park, is yelled at that Muslims are terrorists and pigs. Does criminal law have a part in addressing that fact situation? Or is that, is that freedom of expression and criminal law can do nothing about that? Fact scenario 2. Ali, you want to deal with fact scenario 2?
So again, during the Freedom Convoy, we had incidences where people were walking around with the Nazi flag, with the swastika. Again, is that part of freedom of expression, or is that an act of hate? Does that cross a line? And again, just quickly to give you a very quick definition of what is a hate crime. So hate crime is a criminal offense committed against a person or a property that is based on the accused's perception of that individual belonging to an identifiable group. And by identifiable group, that's in the criminal code. It talks about race, ethnicity, religion, sexual orientation, all those things. So a criminal offense in the criminal code committed against a person based on perceived biases towards that person belonging to one of those protected groups. So that is a definition of a hate crime in Canada. And
so Section 7A, and that's an important point, is that a lot of the members of the public seem to think that, if somebody is assaulted, for example, that there's a specific assault section that deals with hate. That's not the case. Any criminal code offense, after the person is found guilty and the Crown has to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt that the offense was motivated by bias, prejudice, or hate. And just note there for a second, it's not just hate. The 718.2A1 of the Criminal Code also includes bias and prejudice. And look at the prohibited grounds, includes gender identity or expression or sexual orientation or any other similar factor. You may have heard Walauja Alman, a 25-year-old student at the University of Waterloo, had gone in and stabbed 4 persons, including a female student and a male student. The Crown was able to prove that it was a gender studies class. The Crown was able to prove that it was motivated based on hate, based on sexual orientation, and the person in March of this year was sentenced to 11 years in jail. And the other hate crimes are enumerated offenses like public incitement of hatred, willful promotion of hatred, and these are just examples, and willful promotion of anti-Semitism. That's a recent offense that was created in the Criminal Code in 2003. That's basically denying or downplaying the Holocaust. And I believe for the first time this year, there are 2 charges now in relation to that particular provision. So Ali, give me a second. And here's the third part. This is really good in terms of our ability to punish people who engage in hateful behavior. So even if a crime is not motivated by hate, but includes hate as part of the incident. So for example, let's say somebody is beating up someone because they just dislike the person. But in the process of beating the person up, they use the N-word. And unfortunately, that often happens to police officers. After they arrest someone, they get called the N-word, especially if it's a black officer, a lot. And perhaps you can deal with that, Ali.
So again, in terms of when we talk about hate motivation, so any place, right, a criminal offense, we ensure that our officers are trained on this during, pre-post, anytime during the incident. So some of the times, like Moise mentioned, it's an altercation that typically has nothing to do with it. We have a road rage incident, somebody cuts somebody off, words are exchanged. Then as a result, two people get into a fight. Then during the fight, one person uses racial slurs against the other person. That would become a hate incident. It'll be an assault. We will prosecute the assault, but we would include the hate elements of using the racial slurs during that in terms of sentencing. And on the back end of it, what you'll have is times where officers who happen to be based on their gender, sexual orientation, religion, or the color of their skin, during their interaction, arrest, or whatnot with an individual, they get targeted themselves. Employment is not protected. It's not a protected ground. However, the individual, the police officer, or whomever, has the same rights as anybody else. Just because they wear a uniform, that doesn't mean that their race, their ethnicity, their gender should be targeted by somebody else. So we have the same sort of parameters in terms of how we deal with those incidents as well.
And that's, yep, sorry.
Go ahead, sir.
So I already have lots of questions.
Sure.
But just a couple. So first of all, on this,
No, please do.
well, just
Yeah.
because I think they're recording for people to hear.
So on this, if I understand correctly, what you're describing is this is essentially a basis for aggravation. You just said it's on sentencing, so it's not the crime as such.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And bravo, I think it's a good thing. But to go back to the slide before, I have a couple questions. First of all, it's not quite clear to me. We hope that everyone understands the law, and we want the public to know what the law is.
please.
Can you describe, first of all, what is the distinction between 319.1 and 319.2, public incitement versus willful promotion? It sounds pretty similar to me, right?
So for public incitement of hatred, this has an element of breach of the peace. So these are propaganda offenses. So for 319.1, for example, you will have someone who gets up in front of a group of people, says things that obviously you have to have a group that's targeted by it, and there's the wording there. And the concern is that if police don't get involved, an arrest is not made, there could be a breach of the peace. So individuals' actions could lead into to acts of mischief, riot, assaults, whatnot. So this takes place live. So if I'm standing in front of all of you guys and I say something awful towards a group, there's this immediacy of I need to be stopped. For willful promotion is different. Willful promotion is mostly in terms of written, posted comments.
If I retweet something, perhaps?
Or like a books, journals, social media post,
Okay.
where you don't have that immediacy of we need to sort of stop this, but very much alike. The two differences is the breach of the peace element that exists for incitement that does not exist for willful promotion. And for willful promotion of hatred, you need the Attorney General's consent. Again, because it's a propaganda offense. For the first one, because there's a concern for the breach of the peace, police lay the charge without having to wait for AG consent.
Okay, thank you. If you can go back to the previous slide?
Yes.
So what, or the one where you have the crimes? Yeah.
Yeah.
So it is certainly striking when you read this, and then the last one, 319.2.1, suddenly there's a very specific, essentially group identified, right? And if I think about, are you guys from Toronto?
No. I'm from Ottawa.
Oh, you're from Ottawa? Okay, but I mean, if I
But
think
he's from
back-
Ottawa too. What am I saying?
Yeah. Yeah, and aren't you friends?
We're not in the unfortunately, we're not in the center of the universe.
I was
We're slightly to
presenting-
the east of it.
I was presenting on Thursday with a Toronto police officer. I
Okay,
apologize.
they all look alike.
I won't hold it against them.
Yeah. Anyway, so just to say that there was, the famous case of the young man, the incel young man
Yes.
who drove right.
Yep.
So I don't see a crime of misogyny, for example, right? Like, where is it?
So that's
I don't see a crime of Islamophobia.
that is included in sort of willful promotion of hate. So the
I
willful
know,
promotion
I know,
of
but
anti-Semitism is just downplaying of the Holocaust.
Right. And so from a general law perspective, is it not, I mean, it would be interesting, I'd be interested to know if you have cases where people kind of are curious about this kind of specification of a particular, normally general law should apply generally. It shouldn't apply to you personally. It shouldn't apply to me and my family. It should apply to the citizenry, people within the jurisdiction, and so forth. And Rawls talked about making good law, John Rawls, in a theory of justice and so forth, that you could have a veil of ignorance. If I don't know, I don't make the law for me, I don't make the law for my brother, we make the law for general. So this is striking to me, just in terms of the general application of law. And I wonder about, and I mentioned incel and misogyny, not incidentally, because actually if we look at numbers of murders, for example, on femicide, they far outnumber, by far, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, and so forth. So, as police officers, is there anything that's striking to you about this, or it's just like, oh, it's just been added to the criminal code, end of the story?
Well, from a policing perspective, when we look at statistics in terms of anti-Semitism, again, this is not, it's sort of a, it's not, the name of it sort of confuses. It specifically talks about denial of the Holocaust, right? So there is sort of where it gets a little bit tricky. But in terms of in the hate crime world, when you look at trajectories since almost 2000, right? There's been a steep increase of anti-Semitism, right? That's, again, reported. Now, the flip side of that is, well, when we look at the Muslim community, I'll just speak to it in Ottawa. We know statistically and from experience that Muslim women, specifically Muslim women who wear the hijab, are far more targeted than any other group. Exactly. It's not reported. That's a us problem, not a their problem. We need to do a better job of encouraging reporting from the public. But from, in the standpoint, there's sort of a point of what is reported, what we know, anti-Semitism has increased significantly, right? So in terms of what you said, we do see far more reports from that community than we do elsewhere. But again, that is specifically in relation to denial of the Holocaust.
And I should add that, like, one of the things that Ali and I focus on is that the majority of cases, Section 319.2 and 319.2.1, they're in the books, but the number of prosecutions that those are very small.
We had
the most difference
one for 319.2 in the history of the Ottawa Police, and I'll go starting from 2019. Pre-then, forget that. Since 2019 till now, we've had 1 319.2. We have had 0 2.1. We've had about, I want to say, 5 incitements. So 99.9% of our files are criminal offenses that are motivated by hate or bias.
And for us, the big accomplishment, I would say, for Ali and myself, is to have educated police officers and crowns to, people get harassed, assaulted, their lawful use and enjoyment of property gets interfered with, far more based on hate. And so, and previously we felt that those were not being considered as hate, and they are now properly being considered as hate, because those 718.2A1 is where we make the most impact, because it affects the most number of people. So going back to our example, sorry?
Just one more question over here.
Please.
Sorry, just with respect to the Section 1 and 2, incitement and promotion. I can understand you talking about the public, where things happen in the public on the street, or someone posts something on social media, but a lot of that is private citizens. We've had incidents over the last couple of years of public officials going on social media, making public statements, even in media interviews, making statements that, at least in my mind, I consider promotions of hate or delegitimization or dehumanization of certain groups. I'm specifically referring, one, to an interview that Pierre Poilievre did with far-right personality Jordan Peterson on a podcast where for an hour and a half they pontificated. Pierre Poilievre made the statement that racism in Canada is just a recent thing, it's all a woke thing, and that it hasn't been around before, which I find so completely offensive. And then they also talked about the LGBTQ2 community, delegitimizing that community in their conversation, and that Pierre Poilievre, in a mainstream media interview, basically standing with a reporter, a local reporter, I think it was out west, he says, there's only two genders, basically erasing all the others. And I just wonder, in situations like that, where does the police fall? Because I've rarely, if ever, I don't think I can remember in my own lifetime a public official being charged with either promoting hate or delegitimizing or dehumanizing under hate crime laws or any other aspects of the criminal code.
So in terms of, if you read, for example, the actual wording for 319(1) and 2, they are very specific, right? There's a standard specifically for 319(2) that has to be reached. It's very, very high, right? So in terms of, and again,
and I think we should make clear that we are not and will not comment on any specific instances, but we can provide you with general information, and that's what he's doing.
There are very high thresholds to meet for 319(2). That again, if an incident takes place, if it's reported to the police of that jurisdiction, that police or jurisdiction has a responsibility to look to see, does that interview, that post, that comment, does it meet the threshold of 319.2? And again, one of the reasons what we're saying why we've only had one 319.2, which is it's a good thing, is that it's a very high threshold for us to be able to get AG consent to lay that charge.
But is it erasing an entire group of people, dehumanization, which is supporting hatred?
So again, I think you're asking us about a specific.
Well, no, I mean that's one example. You know, there are other political players on the right in Canada who've made similar statements, and that's where it starts. That's the match lighting the wick that leads to things like genocide.
I mean, what I can tell you is that, I mean, in terms of freedom of expression, there are certain things that are there that we all appreciate and love the fact that we do have the ability to express ourselves. There are limitations to those. And again, each case is looked at, and specifically for willful promotion of hatred, there's vilification, dehumanization, detestation are the basic elements that have to be reached for that charge to go through.
And the Supreme Court has found that that's a pretty high threshold, so not every speech qualifies for that. Sorry. So going to our example here about a Muslim woman wearing a hijab walking on a public, yelled as Muslim are terrorists and pigs. One great thing about the offense of mischief is that it refers to the interference with the lawful use and enjoyment of property, and walking on a sidewalk, you have a public right to enjoyment of the sidewalk. It doesn't have to be your private property. You have a right to public property as well. So now if we go to, that's actually a case from 2014. So I'm not like, this is existing case law. There was an accused that pled guilty to yelling at an unknown Muslim woman. That Muslim woman was not known to her, that Muslims are terrorists and pigs. He was sentenced to jail. And subsequently, after being sentenced to jail, he had second doubts and said, no, I cannot be guilty of a single act resulting in criminal harassment. And he said, the summary conviction appeal court found that, nope, that was sufficient. So sorry, that dealt with criminal harassment by threatening conduct, and the finding of guilt for criminal harassment was upheld. The other example is Brazil, and this is the sidewalk example. The victim in that case was Muslim. The court found that the accused's persistent refusal to comply with a simple request that he stop taking photographs and his aggressive, intimidating, and in-your-face photo taking was itself an interference with the victim's lawful enjoyment in use of sidewalk. And that also was upheld by the summary appeal court. So I think these are great instances where many members of the public are not aware of. We're going back to the example here. A person walking on a sidewalk has a property interest to peacefully be able to do so. So in this particular case, a Muslim wearing a hijab, the other case dealt with criminal harassment that I cited, but equally applicable would be the charge of mischief, because everyone has a right to peaceful use and enjoyment of property, including a sidewalk. So there's a lot that the criminal law can do to counter hate and polarization. And just while we're at it, the final example over here is unfortunately from Ottawa, where there was a black person, individual, who had actually moved from France for a better life in Canada and was just here for 3 months, was at an LRT and he was sucking on a lollipop, and these two white supremacists with a pit bull thought that he had a cigarette, and he asked him for a cigarette. He said, no, it's not a cigarette, it's a lollipop. And that ended up resulting in ultimately that person being stabbed. And
there were some racial slurs used during the attack. The dog, they had a dog that attacked the individual as well. So again, like the one thing that in terms of what's common here is from a police, Crown perspective to members of the public is don't get caught up on knowing the criminal code, trying to distinguish between incitement, willful promotion, is reporting it. If you were involved in an incident where you feel that you were targeted based on the protected grounds, just report it. Leave it for us on the back end, to be able to look at it and say, does this fit a criminal offense? That is the ask. Because we're not expecting you to be versed in the criminal code and know all these different sections and what's applicable or not.
Yeah, and that person, again, was charged with aggravated assault. The good news is that he is still in jail since November, and he's setting a sentencing date. He ended up, both the individuals ended up pleading guilty. So, my friend, let me see. What are hate crimes? We covered that. We covered the definition of mischief, criminal harassment, Medeiros, Brazo, public incitement of hatred. One thing I should say on this one is that you mentioned tweets, for example. I think we had an example of after October 7th, there was one youth that had tweeted, you know, Hitler didn't get it right the first time, and while you know, in some cases, especially for young people, the Twitter space can be a cause to
specifically the fact that he was using his own name and in terms of the school that he was at. And sort of it was one of those things that we need to immediately sort of jump in. And we felt that if we didn't, there's further tweets, there would be issues at the school. Or again, it wasn't like a faceless person who was saying it. So just the responsibility of also protecting him against what possibly might come down. It's not just simply protecting the public, but what, again, the breach of the peace works both ways. What could also happen to this individual? So that was one of the times that we did actually lay the incitement charge.
So one of the point is over here is that we talk about countering hate and polarization, and one ways in which Ottawa has been really good with countering hate and polarization, including the person who tweeted that, and the other example over here, if you take a minute to read that, and perhaps you can, Ali, talk about how on some occasions we have used a rehabilitative, educational approach to countering hate.
So this one's unique because it happened here at Ottawa U. This was during COVID lockdowns where, again, so the dorms were only accessible to the students. 4 students who one of them was their birthday that night, or go to somebody's dorm room after some alcohol is involved. Afterwards, when they're leaving, they write the N-word, the swastika, on a board outside of a dormitory room. The person who that room is assigned to happened to be a black young lady who is of German descent. So there's sort of a combination of factors, and they sort of try to play out, we didn't know who was there. We didn't believe them because the roommate who was next door knew that the only person who was there is this young lady who happens to be black. Anyways, we ended up charging all 4 with mischief. And again, in terms of what is the best way forward? Is the best way forward is jail or any of those punitive things appropriate for an 18, 19-year-old? And our sort of thought process, it's not. It's more in terms of an education piece. Obviously, if we get input from the victim. The victim was obviously traumatized. They did not want to stay in the dorm. There was a cost for them to go find an apartment. They're also from Calgary, so there was this issue of no family here. So they went back home for a few months. We brought in all the parties, the accused. We met with them individually, talked about the issues and in terms of what their thought process was, get to know the accused.
So just let's pause, let's pause there for a second, because one thing we do unique in Ottawa, especially with young people, young person, not a without presence, but with the understanding that whatever is said in that room stays in that room. And Ali, man, that guy looks sweet, but he can be tough. He grilled the kids and saying like, what were you thinking? Now tell us more about that.
So then when we also spoke to the victim in terms of she wanted out of this whole situation. We explained that we had spoken to the youth. They were apologetic. They had agreed to meet with a rabbi to discuss the swastika with a prominent member of our black community here, as a reverend who sadly is retired, but we still we bring him in to consult with us to talk about the N-word and what that means to that specific community. So once everything was explained and she understood, we were able to, once the 4 youth went through all of this, on top of that, we were able to get a restitution. We got her a fairly decent sums of money in terms of to cover the cost of her travel to Calgary, to relocation in terms of getting an apartment. So it was sort of I'm not going to say a win-win, because what the victim went through was horrific, and she probably won't forget that for a long, long time. Especially, again, when you think of your home, the dorm is your home. We always talk about, the sanctity of your home and, that being impacted. Well, it's the same for a dorm, right? I don't think she's probably ever going to go live at a dorm anywhere. But again, in terms of what was beneficial for her, wasn't also to go through courts, through a trial, to be re-victimized again. And we take that into consideration, because a lot of the times we understand what Moise on his side has to do, but we also on the flip side understand what the defense counsel is going to do and the types of questions and comments and suggestions that we'll bring up, which will re-victimize the victim. So this is an example that we use in terms of, we do this often for youth files.
So this is, first of all, congratulations on very thoughtful work. And I think most people would say, but not everyone would say that, putting these young people, I gather guys, in jail is not going to really help much and so forth, and never mind costs and all the rest of it. But it strikes me that what you're describing now is you're performing a kind of social function. And policing, I gather, has lots of dimensions, including a social function, and I congratulate this. But would you, on reflection, wish that there was some other service or some better service that could have more preventive effect, could have more, instead of inventing a lot of these things as you go and trying to figure out, a distraction from other policing work and so on and so forth. What's your insight or conclusion about this kind of, our fear is, based on statistics, this is not one-off. There are more and more of these, so there's a general problem here. Do you have a thought about what needs to be done more broadly, a kind of social functions that's maybe missing?
I think Moise and I talk about this all the time,
Yes.
is because Moise and I have a shelf life.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Right? We talk about succession
We're near
planning.
expiry.
We are, and I'm almost expired because technically hate crime doesn't fall under my direct sort of command umbrella anymore, although I still look from an outside and sort of guide and advise them on things. Planning, and we talk about that this is not something that the police or the crowns can solve. This is a social communal issue, right? We do need help from the community, hence why in terms of the success that we've had here is bringing in rabbis, bringing in educators, bringing in imams. We have 3 fantastic imams that we consult with in terms of issues like this. But absolutely, and again, what you have to look at is in terms of, this is sort of we're in the infancy stages of hate crimes. Really, prior to, and Ricky would know this better than I would say, Ricky, probably this really has come up in the last 8 to 9 years. Prior to that, this was not something that externally well, I'm sure externally was an issue, but from a policing internally, we weren't prosecuting a lot of hate crime files. We weren't doing this. So we're in the infancy stage. There are different municipalities who do have these social programs. We don't with United Way, United for All, where we bring in all different sort of social service providers, including schools, who we sit at these situational tables to discuss these things. But you're absolutely right. This has to be a partnership between the police, the Crown, and the public, specifically social service providers, whose their expertise is this. Not 2 people who are, I'm not going to say forced, but we have to get creative and say, what do we need? We have our professional standards that looks into complaints. We have a LICA, which is a non-sort of police entity in Ontario that looks at police misconduct. But yeah, absolutely, the last thing you want to do, one of the things that, one of the discussions that we had when we were creating the hate crime unit was, and this is sort of, I've been talking about this with all of the police services when we talk, is the idea of that a hate crime unit should not be attached to any police services intel unit. Because instantly when you connect the 2 things, the perception for a lot of the people who come from countries where the police interaction isn't good to think of, the minute you think of intel is they're going to be spying in our communities. We are a non-intelligence unit. We're a criminal investigative unit that deals specifically with criminal allegations. We're not in the, when I used to go and to talk to the communities, when my sort of supervisors, now the hate crime unit, the officers go there, they were there specifically to talk about issues that relate to that community. We're not there to ask weird questions. What are your hobbies? Do you own this? The things that are like, we're not there to gather intel. If somebody wants to come and tell us, hey, I'm having issues with that, that's completely up to them. So again, in terms of policing and building trust within communities, because from a hate crime perspective, majority of our clients unfortunately happen to be communities that do not have a lot of trust or a good relationship, unfortunately, with the police. So we need to do a hell of a job to be able to engage within those communities and build the trust so they can report it. Again, one of the reasons that simply, I think across Ontario, the Muslim women in the Muslim community doesn't report issues is a lack of trust that they have with the police in their communities.
Can I just add one
Yeah,
thing
go ahead,
to
Rick.
that, please, Ali? Thank you, and that's an awesome question, because I know it's a question for many police presentations, but with awesome authorities that police are given, to detain people, to limit their liberties, with awesome authorities, with awesome power comes awesome responsibilities, right? Police officers, I believe, are held to a higher standard, and rightly so, because you're given all of those incredible authorities to do some very important work within the communities. And I'll use an old cliche, but no one should be above the law, including police. Right? So when you do come across misconduct, when you do come across criminality, our job is to expose criminality wherever we find it and prosecute to the full extent of the law. And when we do find areas where there's criminality, even if it's within someone in a police service, then absolutely there's an obligation and a responsibility to prosecute it. Right? So thank you.
All right, moving on to our second panel for today, which will be about some of the victim communities. We're going to have two of these panels today, and I'm going to start with the first one where we have three distinguished speakers. Starting off with Dr. Philip Slayton. Philip Slayton is a lawyer and a writer who divides his time between Toronto and Nova Scotia. He studied law at Oxford University as a Manitoba Rhodes Scholar and later clerked at the Supreme Court of Canada. He went on to teach at McGill University and served as Dean of Law at the University of Western Ontario before entering private legal practice in Toronto, where he worked on major corporate and commercial transactions. He retired from law in 2000 to focus on writing. Since then, Philip has published 8 books exploring law, politics, and society. His works include, and I quote, Lawyers Gone Bad, Mighty Judgment, Mayors Gone Bad, and Anti-Semitism, an Ancient Hatred in the Age of Identity Politics. His writing is known for its critical insight, engaging style, and public impact. He's also published fiction, including Bay Street, a novel described by the Toronto Star as an exciting and hilarious, a first-rate crime novel. Philip has had leadership roles with organizations such as PEN Canada and the Canadian Rhodes Scholars Foundation, and he co-founded Port Medway Readers Festival and the Seeley Hall Society, which received an award from the Heritage Trust of Nova Scotia in 2021 for its preservation work. He's currently working on a novel set in 19th century sub-Saharan Africa. Dr. Philip Slayton, thanks for joining us. Thank you. Moving on to Joanne Hodges. Joanne Hodges is a human rights defender and filmmaker, most interested in social justice and human rights issues. She's a board member of the Ethiopian Canadians for Peace on the advisory board of Northern Justice Watch, a member of the United Tegaru Canada, a member of Tigray Advocacy for Canada, and a co-founder of Friends of Tigray and a founding member of the Alliance of Genocide Victim Communities, which was formed along with representatives of Tigrayan, Tibetan, Tamil, Uyghur, and Rwandan communities. Joanne, it's a pleasure having you here. Moving on to Hanan Mohammed, who is a Canadian legal advocate, researcher, and policy strategist working at the intersection of criminal law, anti-Black racism, and international human rights. She holds a JD in common law from the University of Ottawa with a focus in criminal law and international human rights, and a Bachelor of Arts from the University of Alberta. Hanan currently serves on the board of the Canadian Council of Muslim Women, CCMW. She was also elected and served a 2-year term on the Board of Governors at the University of Ottawa. She was a previous long-serving and founding advisory member of Kids Help Phone's Rise Up strategy for Black youth, shaping culturally responsive mental health programs all across Canada. Hanan has collaborated with Professor Constance Backhouse on landmark research into racial bias and legal history. She also leads national research on Islamophobia-related service gaps and outreach strategies through the Islamophobia Legal Assistance Hotline in British Columbia. Her written work and interviews have appeared in prestigious journals, magazines, and media outlets. Hanan has presented her research and policy work to the Prime Minister of Canada, the Governor General, and various UN diplomats. Hanan, thanks for joining us. Mic or this one?
Probably use this mic. It's always awkward because your height shows with these, you know? Just need a quick second. Okay, is it afternoon yet? I think it is, so good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank the organizers again and each of the sponsors for this amazing conference and holding space for us today. I come to this conference to highlight the lived experience as a Black Muslim woman, but I also want people to understand that not all communities are monolithic. I will be weaving my experiences as a studied law graduate from this school, my own advocacy, and my own histories as well. Because I am someone who has lived the failures of the justice system personally, professionally, and politically. This law school that you are currently sitting in 2020, what was happening in 2020? The wave of George Floyd's public execution that was filmed online. COVID-19 and the Freedom Convoy. I remember walking 2 blocks just from this building, hearing chants about freedoms, seeing the Alberta flag. I'm from Alberta, Edmonton specifically, city of champions. And seeing those Confederate and Nazi flags waved next to that flag was quite disturbing. At the same time, I was researching racialized surveillance, Islamophobia, for the Canadian Council of Muslim Women and the Islamophobia Legal Assistance Hotline based in BC. But injustice wasn't just out there in the streets that I was seeing on my way to these classes, it was inside my law school as well. At the height of Black Lives Matter advocacy, a professor at the University of Ottawa used the N-word during a lecture. When Black students raised concerns, this professor was suspended and then they were swiftly reinstated. A letter defending her use of the word was signed by dozens of professors in this university, and notably, Quebec's premier called it a matter of academic freedom. Our pain was turned into a public debate. Ironically, the case that was referenced by the police members in the presentation before this, that happened on October 25, 2020, was at the U Ottawa dorms, was occurring at the same time as this N-word incident. I just want to give some context that it wasn't just a random attack that happened to students. This was a wave of incidents that were happening in response to when the N-word debacle was happening. I can myself reference at least 10 people that I was aware of that did not have the means or capacity to report experiences they had at the exact same time. And I do still give grace to the student that did report and that process and the trauma that is still following her to this day. To give weight to that situation of the N-word debacle, I personally had the Premier of Quebec reference my advocacy, and it led to so much online trolling. As someone who grew up with the social media, I realized social media is definitely something that needs to be addressed when it comes to hate speech. So what did I do? I ran and I was elected to the University of Ottawa's Board of Governors, specifically on the mandate to address systemic racism and hate speech in university classrooms. I also joined the Black Youth Advisory Committee for Kids Help Phone that was founded at the time. And this was truly because I was dealing with mental health concerns. I knew my peers were, and I didn't know how to function. Because what happened in that classroom and in U Ottawa wasn't just about a word, it was really about power. And so this is where the legal education that I went through, I feel like it's relevant to this presentation and to give the definition of hate crime. Because it was at U Ottawa where I learned criminal law, international law, and human rights under professors like Alex Neve, who presented so eloquently yesterday. And we learned evidentiary and judicially the definition of hate has been constructed by the Supreme Court of Canada to be based on the cases that have appeared before the courts. Currently, the most influential argument concerning hate is in Keekstra, which everyone yesterday has cited in all their presentations. But to give a little bit of a fact of what the case is so folks understand, an Alberta high school educator was charged for communicating anti-Semitic statements as a form of education to his students. When contesting the constitutionality of the legislation, the court on a slim majority determined that Parliament recognized substantial harm that hate propaganda engages in. The Keekstra decision provides a framework that recognizes the consequences of hate propaganda despite the dissenting central issue of non-nefarious statements when it comes to criminalization. Through the Keekstra case, we have seen another case, Crime Mobsky. This case provides more clarity on the practical realities of that particular hate speech section that everyone was asking a lot of questions about in the presentation before. In this case, the accused in this was charged with the promotion of hate under section 319, subsection 2, towards Roma people when they gathered with a crowd outside a hotel where some Roma refugees were staying at. The crowd was heard shouting white power, and some members were seen exhibiting the Nazi salute as well as having the propaganda with them as well. The trial judge acquitted the accused in this case, suggesting that there was no evidence that gypsies, excuse my use of the word, that term that they were shouting was affiliated with Roma people. The Supreme Court of Canada allowed the appeal on the basis that the trial judge can make references to the dictionary that suggests the word that I used earlier as a term referencing the refugees. This case shows the issue of motivation definition as both significant barriers for the trial judge to consider while they're making these decisions on the stance of an accused willfully promoting hatred. The motivation behind a criminal act of a hate crime needs to be proven in a court of law, and this can prove difficult when there is no set definitional standard for hate for a trial judge to rely on other than previous case law. Hate crimes generally are loosely defined in Canada, and they are continuously evolving. Thus, as someone who has studied criminal law and has articled at a criminal defense firm, the lack of proof of a mens rea can cause the area of criminal law to be ineffective when it comes to addressing hate crimes. As I mentioned earlier, when I was coming to campus and seeing the Freedom Convoy and having that debate within myself of what does freedom of expression look like, and then hearing the N-word debacle happening and having to find words to explain it myself, I went back to what happened at Quebec City Mosque. When that shooting happened when I was in my undergrad, the lives of 6 men and multiple people were injured and disabled. That attack left such a ghastly impact internationally that I wish to put some context into it in this presentation, because in March, when that Christchurch attack happened in New Zealand, the name of the perpetrator in Quebec was put on the weapon that was used in Christchurch. And so what happened in Quebec City, as much as people in Canada, as someone from Alberta, and I hear politically most of the time, happened in a bubble, it did not if it's making waves internationally. It's also important to remember that this attack was made available on Facebook, where the violent terror was live streamed and had links to the 74-page manifesto, and it gave people context for what caused this type of hate. The impact of hate speech online cannot be disregarded when we're trying to inquire how to pose systemic solutions. And a year into my term on the Board of Governors, addressing this hate speech on campus and trying to figure out freedom of expression and trying to pass my classes too, I got a call on December 8th, 2021. I remember vividly studying for my evidence law final, and my aunt and cousin, who are both Black Somali women, visibly Muslim, were violently attacked at a mall in Edmonton. During my advocacy at the time, I never disclosed my relationship to protect them. That's a price that many vocal advocates in Alberta pay to shield their loved ones for. This is the first time I'm sharing that publicly. This was also one of the many anti-Black and anti-Muslim hate attacks that happened in Alberta. This one just made the headlines. And this one was my family, my community, and it was our pain. To give some context, because I'm just a girl with a tissue right now, this attack started a severe chain reaction in Alberta. The violence escalated, and over 8 months, Muslim women were assaulted, threatened, harassed over the province, everywhere from the street in my old neighborhood, where a woman in her 50s was hospitalized after an unknown man grabbed her by the neck and pushed her down on the sidewalk, to my alma mater at the University of Alberta, where a transit employee intervened when a man was verbally harassing a student. And on July 23rd, again, this is still the same 6 months, A woman was nearly strangled to death by a stranger in front of her children while picking them up from daycare. All these women were black, and 90% of them were Somali. While these assaults, as I just said, were reported, there were at least 15 that I knew of personally that were not. Notably, as I said, they were all black, visibly Muslim. That means they were wearing the hijab. There are tragic stories like this across Canada. Statistic Canada reports that during that time frame, there was a 92% increase in hate crimes targeting black populations, and they were citing that it could be due to media's hyper-focus on the black experiences after the murder of George Floyd, with more people speaking out on anti-black Islamophobia. I really don't like that word. I use anti-Muslim hate, but I'm citing them online and in real life, and the rate of reporting is bound to increase was what was estimated. Again, it could simply be due to the impact of COVID-19 and the economic insecurity that people were facing, which just racist and far-right groups chose to blame on marginalized and immigrant communities. That same week where all of this was happening and I'm trying to figure out what's going on, the Edmonton Journal reporter Johnny Wakefield reported that a community member called EPS after an attack, and she was met with a 911 operator that did not only want to take her claim, pushed back, and was laughing on the call. I tried to write articles as someone who doesn't like writing as much, considering I went to law school, and I pitched 2 stories. One of them was with Refinery 29, and I documented that entire experience, gave some light on the amount of attacks that were happening, and let people know that this wasn't just isolated. This is something that it needs to be addressed urgently. And why were so many women not reporting, even though I know that they're going through this? And why are they not leaving their homes? Well, the UN kind of shed some light on this. They say that in order for countries such as Canada to understand how and why people are not reporting, policing and incarceration rates need to be looked at. And why Canada, for specific reason, does not track hate crime conviction rates. Because how can we understand if we're not seeing people go through the system, right? And so one study found that out of 785 police-reported hate crimes, only one had a hate-motivated sentencing provision that was used. One. And even though these numbers depend on police reporting, which itself is deeply flawed, and I'll get into that, Indigenous and Black communities are less likely to trust police or even report incidents at all. In 2021, the Globe and Mail investigation, again, same year all of this is happening, revealed that hate crime units across Canada are chronically underfunded, with cities like Edmonton and Calgary relying on 3-person teams. I mentioned before, policing is not the public safety strategy. To foster solutions since the recent hate spike that was happening, Alberta politicians, notably the Justice Minister, called on city transit bylaws to address the targeted attacks. And the city even considered the benefits of increasing bylaw and transit officers in the same areas where these attacks happened. To give context, this is the same Transit Overwatch Authority that was making headlines at the same time for forcing homeless people out of LRT stations during a record-breaking cold snap, where it was minus 33 degrees in Edmonton, and most of the people were Indigenous and Black. The lack of compassion, blatant disregard for assisting the vulnerable during that extreme weather response plan shocked Edmontonians, but it also shocked me too. Because how are you saying the solution is more policing in the same areas that you're kicking people out, but you're supposed to help when those same people are going through a hate crime, but not when it's minus 33? Indigenous and Métis women, in particular, experience carding 4 times the rate of what a white person in Edmonton faces. Black women were next on that list, and other racial minority groups, such as Middle Eastern and other non-white women, were not far behind. when it comes to street checks. This was in the no fixed address report that was done by Student Legal Services in Edmonton. And when it comes to ticketing, 44 criminal charges were issued, with 31% of those tickets to those who have no addresses, and over 1,400 loitering, 140K loitering tickets, which were 79% of all tickets that were issued citywide, was for people who were near transit centers. This simple bylaw could not result in the urgent social problem of homelessness that people in Edmonton were facing, and it was just making people like myself more confused, because again, the same officers that are carding you are the same officers you're relying on to protect you. The legal system cares more about, in my opinion, appearing impartial than being just, and that's not the solution that we need. In the national magazine for the CBA, the Canadian Bar Association, I wrote about how symbolic legal gestures like hate crime statutes or diversity statements are not the solution. These fail survivors in real time, and these laws only apply when the hate is, in my opinion, so explicit and legible through a white legal lens, which means slurs, manifestos, video footage, but it doesn't acknowledge when hate operates in patterns. So what I described earlier at U Ottawa. It silences, and for those who try to believe in the justice system, it's long. Our experiences don't happen one identity at a time, so why does the policy? Hate crime strategies rarely account for gender. As I mentioned earlier, those crimes were gender specific and racially motivated, and it had the lens of the addition of your faith attached to it. We need a new framework, one that recognizes that the same city transit bylaw can criminalize a homeless man and a hijabi woman on the same platform, just in different ways. We need disaggregated intersectional data that reflects race, gender, class, and religion. It needs to be trauma informed. I know a lot of people are using this word a lot, but trauma informed really does mean coming from the community, in my opinion, and having lived experience. It needs to be culturally competent when it comes to legal clinics and hate crime units. So that means who's involved in those decisions and running those areas. And it needs to be funding for non-carceral community safety responses, like healing circles and trained civilian responders. Real safety is not more police. It's data that reflects our realities. It's transit that's safely designed for Black Muslim women. It's not being forced against them, but to protect them. It's community-led care and not uniformed surveillance. My legal education really, in my opinion, didn't begin when I first came to law school. It began when I got that phone call. It began when I went through that process with my aunt. And ironically, the same evidence final that I was using, that I mentioned earlier, was what I used when I was helping them navigate the case. I say this as someone who practices and wants to continue in criminal defense. The solution really isn't locking people up. It's education. It's figuring out why people have these really dangerous viewpoints and addressing it through compassion, care, and understanding of why they are the way they are. I say this while at the same time helping my aunt do a victim impact statement for the person that harmed her. So I think that until Black Muslim women are treated as foundational and not optional, we will continue to live in a legal system that calls itself that while denying us justice. And I refuse to settle for that, and I really hope you don't either. So seeing folks come out to a conference like this is very inspirational for me, and it gives me hope for the future. So that's my presentation. Thank you.
To put anti-Semitism in a broad historical and cultural context, which is often ignored. And I tried to address in this book, I'm not touting this book particularly, but I'm drawing from it. I tried to address in this book some fundamental questions which often in the current debate, or not just current debate, the debate over many years, are often ignored. For example, what is a Jew? anti-Semitism is, of course, directed against Jews. But who is a Jew? This is a more difficult subject than you might think. It's by no means clear. And the definition of who is a Jew has changed over time. I'll come back to that in a little while. I tried to address the concept of what different forces and ideas and conditions impel anti-Semitism. Why do people become anti-Semites? Under what conditions do they? And who are these people? And how does anti-Semitism manifest itself? It's like all forms of hatred and discrimination. There are various kinds of manifestations. And one of my points has been throughout the book and since, is you don't treat all incidents of anti-Semitism as if they're the same. Some are very different than others, and they require different and proportionate responses. This is often not the case. And I also address what has become a very difficult and emotional problem, and that is, what is the relationship between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism? And I'm going to come back to that too in a minute. So that was in June of 2023 when this book came out. And then, of course, we all know what happened in October of 2023, on October the 7th, and following from October the 7th, the whole dialogue, the whole discussion about anti-Semitism changed and was turbocharged. Things that had been very much active issues before October 2023 dropped off the table. They were no longer relevant. For example, the two-state solution, which has been at the center of the Middle East discussion for some time, that discussion came to an end. And the prospect of the famous two-state solution now seems so remote as to be not even worth talking about. Now, the whole framework for the discussion of anti-Semitism and the phenomenon of anti-Semitism is Gaza and what has happened and is happening in Gaza. And I think there's been, in my opinion, extraordinarily poor thinking about that, which has clouded a sensible and constructive approach to this problem. What is that thinking? What is that poor thinking? It goes something like this. What is happening in Gaza since October 7th and today is morally indefensible. That is broadly perceived, broadly accepted, although there are people, of course, who would disagree with that. But I think the general weight of opinion is that what is now happening is morally indefensible. And the Prime Minister of our country, Canada, as you know, I'm sure, signed along with the President of France and the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom very recently a letter which pretty much came to that conclusion. So it's morally indefensible. That's the first point. Secondly, who's perpetrating these actions that are morally indefensible? Well, it's the State of Israel. That's easy. Israel, of course, is explicitly a Jewish state. Its constitution declares that. It's a theocracy, Israel. It's a Jewish state. So the next point in this logic or this sequence of thinking is, well, then Jews are responsible for the horrors of Gaza. That is, of course, an error of thinking, because there are many Jews, both in Israel and outside Israel, who are violently opposed to what Israel has been doing in Gaza, and indeed, going back in time, are opposed, for example, to other Israeli policies, such as West Bank settlements. And then the final step in this process is that in some mysterious way, there's a leap of logic, all Jews are responsible for the horrors of Gaza. And this, as I say, turbocharges all over the place a new kind of anti-Semitism. So that's the first kind of sequence of thinking, which I think underlies the most contemporary expressions of anti-Semitism. The next part is this. What's happening in Gaza, so the argument goes, is an expression of Zionism. So, as I said before, Jews are responsible for what's happening in Gaza, and then the next bit is all Jews are somehow responsible for that. Therefore, all Jews are Zionists. And if you are opposed to Zionism, you're also anti-Semitic. Now, what is Zionism? Zionism is, of course, a support for the existence of the State of Israel, not the policies that may be pursued by any contemporary government, but a support for the general right of Israel to exist as a state. So the conclusion from all this, what I would describe as bad thinking, illogical thinking, the conclusion is that therefore it is morally correct and justified in these circumstances to be anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist. Now, anti-Semitism has changed its nature a lot over the centuries. It began, I think, is generally accepted as a religious prejudice. People disliked those who espoused Judaism. But then it was discovered that, of course, or was realized that if you can change your religion, and indeed this happened a lot in Europe, for example, in Spain in the 15th and 16th centuries, Jews who were persecuted within Spain avoided that by converting to Christianity. But people who disliked Jews decided that this had to be dealt with in some way, and then the next part of the evolution was that anti-Semitism was based upon not race, not religion, not religion, but not race, but based on race. That, of course, was epitomized in Nazi Germany. But now there's a third stage of anti-Semitism. It's not religion, it's not based on religion or on race, it's become political. And so anti-Semitism is now a political tool. It's often used politically. For example, I'll give a very current example, the use of anti-Semitism by the Trump administration in the United States to go after major American universities on the grounds that they harbor anti-Semitism and they do not protect Jews. I don't think anybody in this room or anywhere probably, or outside the Trump administration, believes that the Trump administration really cares about anti-Semitism, despite their proclamations, despite their use of it, for example, to clobber Harvard University. So this is, as I said before, a difficult and emotional subject, and I think you need to bring to it some kind of clear thinking and clear analysis. And in my book, what I suggest is that there's 4 types of anti-Semitism, and each type needs to be thought about and dealt with separately. And this, by the way, might apply to other forms of racial and religious prejudice as well. The first type is what I call degradation anti-Semitism. And what this is a private, individual, irrational, often thoughtless, sometimes spontaneous expression of a dislike for Jews. It might be something like, for example, a hurled insult as you are passing by somebody on the sidewalk. It can be thought of as a form of uncivility, a lack of civility. It's very unpleasant, of course. It should not be tolerated. But apart from the momentary unpleasantness that you experience, it's not particularly threatening or dangerous, or so you might say. Now, the argument against that is, in and of itself, it's not dangerous, perhaps, but it can lead to things that are dangerous. But however, the most common form of anti-Semitism is undoubtedly this form, degradation anti-Semitism, and I think it's a mistake to overreact to it and to treat it as some horrendous and dangerous act. You need to deal with it, certainly not through the police or through the criminal law system, but as we heard other panelists talk about, through some other kind of non-police intervention, social intervention, education, and so on. The second kind of anti-Semitism that I describe is what I call violent anti-Semitism. That is, as the phrase suggests, anti-Semitism where violence is involved. That's completely different and needs to be treated completely differently from degradation anti-Semitism. It's a matter for law enforcement and the courts, and it relies upon an uncorrupted and effective police force and a strong and independent judiciary. These conditions, I think, prevail in our country. Regrettably, they do not prevail in some other countries, and that's when violent anti-Semitism becomes particularly dangerous. The third kind of anti-Semitism is what I call organized private anti-Semitism. And this is systematic, discrimination, explicit or implicit, by private institutions. For example, a club when it comes to membership, a university when it comes to appointments to the professoriate, a newspaper in its editorial policy, that sort of thing. This kind of anti-Semitism should be vigorously opposed by civil society or be made illegal according to its nature. It requires a public policy response. And the fourth kind, and of course the worst kind, is organized public anti-Semitism. This is systematic discrimination, explicit or implicit, in official government policy, often incorporated in legislation or the policies of government. And that must be attacked politically by all citizens using all tools available, including civil disobedience, no matter the cost. It's a matter of private conscience and public policy. So the general point here, I think, is not to treat all forms of anti-Semitism, and I think this would be true, as I say, of other forms of discrimination as well, as being the same as all other forms. They're not. There are different kinds of danger, and to be treated differently. To lump everything together is to confuse the issue and make the whole approach to anti-Semitism or any kind of religious or racial discrimination muddled and I think ineffective. So I note, this is by way of conclusion, I note that this panel is supposed to represent victim communities. And so that raises the question whether or not the Jewish community, or the Jews in general, are victims. And I want to address that by just reading a few lines from my recent book. Jews have been victims for so long at the hands of so many. It's undeniable. But are they still victims? Or are they now superheroes, military and economic geniuses running a hugely prosperous, nuclear-armed regional superpower, world leaders in business, the arts, and the sciences, winners of Nobel Prizes and Academy Awards, accumulators of honors and wealth, full of power, a small group of people internationally admired and feared. And if Jews are now superheroes, do they nonetheless still carry within them, burned into their psyche, the stamp and burden of the eternal victim? And if they are feared and admired, are they also resented and hated because of their success? And does the stamp and burden of the eternal victim cause Jews to strike back at the resentment and hatred in irrational and disproportionate ways? Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. I'm going to take a bit of a different route. I guess I'm presenting really about a specific case today. I want to thank the organizers. Thank you, Northern Justice Watch. Thank you to University of Ottawa, of course, and for hosting this this very educational last couple of days. Thought I'd start with a question. How could 600,000 people from the same ethnicity be killed in 2 years in the 21st century, in the age of instant communication? Over 600,000 dead between 2020 and 2022, and much of the general public not know or hear about it. Or if you or a neighbor or a colleague or somebody heard about it, it was barely might have heard about it. And that's what happened in Tigray in Ethiopia. I thought I would take 2 minutes to talk about, introduce Tigray and the crisis there. Many people don't know about it, the nature, the scale of the crisis and what happened. So Tigray is the northernmost state in Ethiopia. There's about 7 million people. That's an estimate from a census in 2007. There's a bunch of reasons we don't know the exact numbers, but possibly 7 million people who were in Tigray. It's the center of Ethiopian cultural heritage. There's a lot of ancient sites. It's the place where the city of Aksum is, where they believe the Ark of the Covenant might be held. The Ethiopian Orthodox community would hold to that being true. Tigrayans were targeted with genocide because they were collectively blamed for nearly 3 decades of perceived political domination in Ethiopia under the governing party. One of the political parties in Ethiopia is called the TPLF. The previous prime minister of Ethiopia, Meles Zenawi, hailed from Tigray. There was rising resentment fueled by state propaganda, disinformation, and hate that portrayed Tigrayans as enemies of the state. And when political tensions escalated into war, deep-seated animosity was weaponized to justify mass atrocities. And so the genocidal war really began on, I can see it up here. The genocidal war really began in November 2020. Actually, it was the night of the American election when Biden came to power, November 4th, 2020. Intentionally for that cover, Abiy Ahmed invaded Tigray, and he called it a law enforcement operation. And the result, as I mentioned, is that the conservative estimate is that 600,000 Tigrayans perished. More common number is often used as 800,000. In Tigray, if you talk to officials in Tigray, they believe the number could actually be 1 million people. And there's, again, a lot of reasons we're not sure of the exact number, but I can't get into all of that right now. So whatever the case is, it was a massive amount of death in just 2 years' time, and with limited access to the state of Tigray, academics at Ghent University have been able to compile a list of 256 massacre sites where 5 or more people were killed. Amnesty International, the Associated Press, and others reported a massacre in the holy city of Aksum that I mentioned earlier that left 800 people dead and included the door-to-door killing of all males over the age of 7. Each account that we've received is riddled with horror. Parents murdered in front of their screaming children, church congregations targeted, reports of white cotton-clad Sunday school children having just emerged from communion being executed in front of their mothers. In addition to this, and just after 9 months of the violence, there was an estimate that there were 120,000 cases of conflict-related sexual violence. The most horrific accounts of rape that I personally have ever heard, clearly genocidal in nature, and I just want to fairly warn you that some of what I'm going to mention is quite disturbing, but if we don't know about what happened, how can we address it? So we now believe that the numbers of conflict-related sexual violence during the height of the conflict, just during the conflict, to be somewhere around 350,000. And we know that there are new cases that continue to be added every day today. There's a one-stop clinic in a town called Adigrad, which is near the border of Eritrea, and there are reports that there are at least 18 new cases every day, every single day today, and this is 5 years later. That we know, and that's just what we know, that because of the stigma that's around the violence, that not all cases are reported, and really it's the people who are really suffering from severe physical complications that are coming to get that treatment at the one-stop centers. So there are numerous survivors who report being told a Tigrayan womb should never give birth. Your womb is our enemy. Soldiers said they were there to cleanse the bloodline. There was intentional transmission of HIV. There are numerous reports of high incidents of multi-perpetrator rapes, gang rapes committed by Eritrean troops in Amhara Fano. Many women and girls had foreign objects inserted into their bodies, like nails, broken glass, sand, nail clippers, paper with genocidal messages written on them. And there were many cases of sexual slavery where women and girls were held for days, months, and even found for some for 2 years, enduring daily assaults. There are numerous stories of women being raped in front of family members, including their parents or their children, or being told it's either you or your child, you decide. And then sometimes both were raped anyways. And family members being forced to watch as someone was raped was reported throughout the state. There's actually also forced rape amongst family members who resisted those heinous acts were often executed on the spot. And in some rare cases, they were subjected to torture or mutilation of their limbs. So the primary purpose behind the atrocities, these types of atrocities, was very clear. It was to inflict lasting humiliation and a breakdown of family bonds, and thereby hindering normal social life and causing a form of social death. Survivors have suffered significant physical and mental health complications, physical trauma such as continued bleeding, back pain, immobility, and fistula. Sleep deprivation, anxiety, emotional distress are common, and not just amongst the survivors, but of course the family members who witnessed the violence. Even to the experts who study SGBV and CRSV all day. Truly, it's the scale and the nature of the crime in Tigray is staggering. It's clearly not intended to inflict individual harm, but to threaten the existence of the Tigrayan population. In Western Tigray, which borders Sudan, there was a relentless campaign of terror and ethnic cleansing, which resulted in 2 million people being displaced from their homes. There's bloated, tortured, mutilated bodies of Tigrayans who were washed up on the Tikizi River, which separates Ethiopia and Sudan. Salon magazine published a report confirming that thousands of Tigrayans, including children, were held in concentration camps. And we actually still don't know what's become of all of them. There are multiple accounts of civilians being executed in large numbers and dumped into pits. There's video of Tigrayan bodies being burned to remove evidence of their existence. And then as a result of the Allied forces' systematic looting and intentional destruction of Tigray, over 80% of all medical facilities and 85% of schools were rendered non-functioning. Farming equipment, livestock, mill houses, factories, water treatment facilities, water wells were destroyed. Even fruit trees were chopped down. And the result is that there's a man-made famine that rivaled the one from 40 years ago when many Canadians first became familiar with Ethiopia. And Tigray, because of the, you remember the famine that caused the Live Aid response, essentially, that was 40 years ago. This was very similar. It's what's occurred in the last couple of years. So as the genocide unfolded in Tigray, there was a communications blackout. No phone, no internet, no international journalists were permitted access. They also turned off electricity services, water. According to groups like Access Now, which are up on that slide, the Tigray region experienced the longest continuous internet shutdown recorded to date, lasting over 2 years in some areas. Everything was terrible in Tigray. It's actually challenging to get your head around how bad a situation could possibly be. Declan Walsh from the New York Times in 2021 said, where is it? It's almost impossible to appreciate the scale of the crisis in Tigray. So I'm not going to do it justice in a couple of minutes. But today in Tigray, despite the Pretoria cessation of hostilities agreement in 2022, which is not a peace agreement, as some people call it, but it's often confused. It was a cessation of hostilities agreement. And since then, the federal government of Ethiopia has failed to live up to almost every single one of the points it agreed to. 40% of the state of Tigray, as you can see in this map here, is still occupied by the same hostile forces that committed the atrocities during the height of the war. Over 1 million people remain internally displaced. Today, tensions are incredibly high. Aid is being restricted and diverted again. There are all sorts of methods the federal government has enacted to continue to harm Tigrayans, to divide and weaken them. And the situation is actually boiling currently. There are reports just this week that there are many in Tigray who are starving to death again. And last week there was an ominous sign from Ethiopia when they closed access to Tigray to all foreigners again. So there's a very high concern amongst everyone who's tracking the situation right now about what's going to happen next. So how did we get here to where the New Lines Institute, for example, in its report titled Genocide in Tigray, Serious Breaches of International Law and Pathways to Accountability, concluded that there are multiple credible grounds to believe that genocide was committed. Yesterday we saw, you referenced Professor Gregory Stanton's great work outlining the 10 stages of genocide. That one of the 10 stages of genocide is dehumanization, and Tigrayans had to be vilified and dehumanized to be targeted on the scale and the numbers that they have been. So the genocide has been accompanied and in some ways actually enabled by a sophisticated state-driven campaign of disinformation. Both Ethiopia and Eritrea teamed up and attempted to reframe circumstances and facts or outright deny and contradict the truth. And then bodies even like the African Union were used more as a tool of the state of Ethiopia than anything else. I'm not going to go through this because I know we're not going to have enough time. But dehumanization, the hate towards Tigrayans actually has a long history in Ethiopia and was widespread before the beginning of the genocidal war in November 2020. So some of these more readily accessible examples are people like this. There's this professor here from I think he's at the University of California, Davis. But he frequently, this is a 1996 interview that's the screen capture is of, and in 1996 he was talking about how he blatantly described Tigrayans as a malignant cancer that has been eating away at Ethiopia's vital parts. The professor then openly called for the forcible removal of all Tigrayans and said, if we don't excise this cancer promptly, Ethiopia will cease to be a nation. That's in 1996. And then below that was a few years later, that's 2018 actually. There's a commander of an armed militia in the Amhara region, and he was saying that if the Tigrayans don't show opposition to the TPLF, which is their political party that was in power, the Tigrayans should leave our area and our land and our borders and get out of our country, and we can meet them head on in battle, which is what happened actually. And the hate to the state media was involved in the ethnic profiling. So here we have the Ethiopian Broadcasting Corporation, Fana TV, that accused Tigrayan elites of all sorts of things, like corruption and economic mismanagement, holding Ethiopia hostage, undermining national unity, promoting ethnic division. There's also a historical narrative of colonization, that somehow Tigrayans were colonizing Ethiopia because of their outsized power in the country. And I just wanted to highlight ESAT, which is an Ethiopian satellite news network headquartered in Washington, D.C. They are now actually sponsored by the government of Ethiopia, and it has been a consistent actor in spreading hate speech against the people of Tigray since its inception, and it was created in 2010. A prominent journalist on the station, Messe Makonnen, stated, "It's necessary to drain the sea to catch the fish," referring to Tigrayans as the sea and Tigrayan leadership as the fish. And this became a very popular statement that was used throughout Ethiopia and in the diaspora to talk about Tigray. Other state-sponsored media and political analysts, such as Siyum, who's on the bottom of the page there, constantly used hate speech and genocidal rhetoric to talk about the extermination of Tigrayans in Ethiopia. Here he's saying that we should push Tigrayans out and disown Tigrayans whose culture is treason. So, and then there was actually a legal and institutional criminalization of Tigrayans that was happening. In September 2020, Tigray's election was declared. Tigray is a state, and it had a local election in 2020, and it was declared illegal. And the federal government decided they were going to cut the funding to Tigray, all funding. And so when that happened, and they cut all budgetary transfers, over 80% of Tigray's public services were funded by the federal government, and that included healthcare, education, rural livelihoods. So they halted salaries for civil servants. They suspended essential services like safety net programs that fed vulnerable people. They disrupted critical services. This is all before the war actually happened. This was also the height of COVID, and Tigray was intentionally not allocated any PPE. And there was anxiety about that in 2020. There was no vaccines given to Tigray. There was a massive locust problem happening in all of that area in East Africa that year, and that was also the solutions were not given to Tigray. Some of the spraying and chemicals were not given to them. So at the same time, there were dozens of Tigrayans who were arrested on vague charges of terrorism or corruption without any due process. So Tigrayan businessmen and activists were arrested without any of that. And then the identity was really starting to be equated again with this political rebellion. And this is an important point that it escalated during the war, but it started very well before it. And then shortly after Prime Minister Abiy took office in 2018, officials began accusing the TPLF of undermining the country's political transition that was happening, sabotaging reforms. The Ethiopian Attorney General's office and the federal institutions started to label the TPLF as a criminal clique, greedy elites, obstacles to peace, and they created this toxic environment. And again, when the identity of Tigrayans became synonymous with political sabotage, even at the bottom there, you can see there's a quote by Abiy Ahmed, the prime minister. Again, this is 2019, before the war started, talking about Tigrayans, saying, "There are people who walk during the day but work at night like hyenas." So all of this laid the foundation, right, for the collective punishment, ethnic cleansing, the normalizing of war crimes, silencing, domestic resistance, and delayed international action, actually. When the war began, the Ethiopian public and diaspora had already really been conditioned to see Tigrayans as less than human, and this makes it easier for soldiers to commit all these crimes. The Eritrean regime also played a significant role in fueling anti-Tigrayan sentiment. Their state media routinely depicted Tigrayans as expansionists, so that would be a threat to their territory and that they were evil. And Isaias Afwerki's government had long seen the TPLF as a threat. So by 2020, it was starting to echo Ethiopia's dehumanizing rhetoric. One of the ways the Ethiopian government really took aggressive steps to suppress any testimony that challenged its official narrative about the war. They talked about, we already mentioned shutting down access to researchers and to journalists. Aid workers who attempted to speak out about famine, displacement, or atrocities were also threatened and surveilled, and in some cases expelled from the country. In September 2021, Ethiopia expelled 7 UN officials, including child protection and humanitarian coordination experts. It was an action that shocked the UN at the time and the international community. These expulsions weren't isolated. Many humanitarian agencies were warned not to meddle or they would face consequences. On the ground, aid workers reported being followed, having their communications monitored, and being blocked from accessing communities that were in need. This created this climate of fear that prevented critical information about civilian suffering from reaching the outside world. And in the narrative pushed by the Ethiopian government, humanitarian agencies were not neutral actors. They were accused of siding with terrorists, smuggling weapons, and these false accusations served 2 purposes. First was to justify the restriction in aid that they created. They created the siege of Tigray. And the second was to delegitimize any reports of atrocities. So we had international workers, aid workers who were actually shot dead or were arrested or expelled. And the aid convoys, which were blocked for weeks or months, and essential supplies were kept out of Tigray. So this siege that I mentioned actually amounted what we believe to somewhere around 250,000 deaths of Tigrayans. I'm going to skip some of this because I know we're running out of time. The impacts on the Tigrayan community in Canada, and this is we felt the impact of this strategy in the diaspora. It was a very hard time. I'm actually part Tigrayan. My dad was born and raised in Ethiopia. My grandmother lived in Tigray, was from Tigray. I used to visit it. That's why I became so familiar with the community, and have been an advocate since the war began. And so by early December 2020, just a month into the war, the diaspora knew that this was not just a war between armed groups. It was something much, much more terrible. There were survivors of massacres who were finding their way to smuggle word out about what was happening. So there's the Maya Kadra massacre, the Aksum massacre I mentioned, Mariam Dengalat massacre. They all happened in the first few weeks of the war. It was a very hard time because the population here, they were not initially believed. The Ethiopian federal government restricted all this access to Tigray. It made it very difficult for anyone to understand what was happening. There's a suspicion that there could be like diaspora politics that was happening. And it was not until there really was verified independent reporting coming out that started, I think it was around February, March, April timeframe, that the community was taken more seriously. And in the meantime, Tigrayans were desperate here to get word out, and also felt like they were afraid to speak out, because if they did, they didn't know there's a much stronger Ethiopian community here than Tigrayan, and those supporting the war. And so they weren't sure how they would be received, essentially, and who would undermine what they were saying. So the Ethiopian government was really relentless in their push to undermine reports and undermine the Tigrayans here, to mock the community. They accused every major news agency like CNN, the Associated Press, New York Times, The Guardian, organizations like Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International. All of them were being framed as if they were bought somehow by wealthy Tigrayans. The journalists and papers were all puppets of the TPLF. The Ethiopia framed international criticism as neo-colonial interference, and resisted calls for any humanitarian access or peace negotiations. They accused Tigrayans of exaggerating the suffering and would actively misinform politicians, and I know this from firsthand experience. There really was a war of information happening here in Canada between the diaspora and the different diaspora groups. Acts of hate were happening here. In our TTC subways, a Tigrayan woman, who's a friend of mine, had a traditional Tigrayan hairstyle. She sat down, and a man and a woman who were nearby told their small child in Amharic to avoid such people because they're the devil. And this was it was a fairly common experience, but a Tigrayan Canadian in Alberta was physically attacked in a grocery store. Others had vehicles and other property that were burned or in other ways damaged. So, and then Tigrayans reported discrimination in hair salons. Tigrayan Canadians still to this day do not go to Ethiopian events, restaurants, Ethiopian business associations anymore. Friendships ended, businesses went under, churches split, marriages ended. It was a very painful split in the social fabric here. And Tigrayans all called themselves Ethiopian up until the war. So there was also a painful identity shift happening amongst the community here. And if you keep in mind, because of transnational repression, many Tigrayans also did not feel like they could speak out about the war with their name and face. At first, they were worried about, like I said, losing a job or being called a terrorist or by more established members of the Ethiopian community, essentially. But even as the atrocity reports and the evidence mounted, Tigrayan Canadians here reported experiencing like a significant sense of fear due to the threats and the human rights abuses faced by families and loved ones back in Ethiopia. The community actually had standing at Canada's foreign interference inquiry last year, and they testified and contributed to that conversation. Personally, during the height of the war, I was advocating online, and I was using my own image and name. And when I went to protests or Tigray events, I would be recognized by the community because they're often using an avatar, and I was actually using my face. And so they would recognize, oh, you're the person who uses their actual name and face. And I stand out in the community. So they were retweeting things I was saying. And very often, at least 4 or 5 times at each event that I would go to, people would come up to me and thank me for speaking out, and say, and the vast majority of the people would say the same thing, often with tears in their eyes. They would say, I can't speak out. I can't use my name. My mother's in danger, my father, my sister, somebody's in danger. And they would say it with so much urgency, it was like a release valve was going off while they were talking to me. I got the sense from the way they communicated and they poured out their hearts and their fears, they were so stifled. There was mental, emotional anguish and desperation. And even after atrocities happened to some of these families, there was such impunity that nothing stopped anyone from going back and inflicting further harm on those families. So I heard from people who didn't want to raise their family's profile by speaking out to talk about what had happened in the first place. Those perpetrators are still in power today. But I witnessed the cost and the heart-wrenching internal conflict and self-censoring that was happening in Canada in a great number of people. And I finally just want to shift to talking about social media's role. This is a central aspect I really wanted to highlight today. It's like a vehicle. If we start talking about its impact here in Canada, then maybe I'm talking about the impact in Ethiopia. If you happen to be someone who ever tweeted, 5 minutes, sorry, I think I'll see you, thanks. If you happen to be someone who tweeted about Tigray during the war, you will already know this, but every person who dared to wade into the highly toxic online situation during the war was walloped by online armies of bots. There were certainly agents of Ethiopia and Eritrea that were online. In this report that was issued by Harvard Kennedy School, Media Manipulation Casebooks, Dueling Information Campaigns, the War over the Narrative in Tigray, there's a quote that Ethiopian and state actors and networks of non-government supporters launched campaigns to influence international audiences. They accused online Tigrayan activists without evidence of being a part of a massive TPLF disinformation campaign. Several of the individuals behind these accounts were denying Eritrean forces atrocity crimes in Tigray, and they had direct links to Eritrea's ruling party. The online environment became very heated, and I would say I was shocked by the intensity and the volume of the pushback. I could not believe the number of names I was called, the accusations about me, my character, my network, who I worked for, my looks, my being Canadian. I mean, really hateful, derogatory comments, foul language, some of it sexualized. It was a torrent of aggression, and it was tweeted and retweeted, and there were chains of content and thoughts shared amongst people or bots or whatever they were. And if I knew less about Tigray myself, I would have quit advocating, for sure. It was like an army of disinformation and aggression, and it had an impact. I met with more than a dozen MPs about Tigray in about 18 months' time, and one MP who was very helpful and was advising and connecting us, she posted one tweet, and there was such a torrent of negative feedback. She disappeared. We could not get a hold of her. And then she just showed up months later at an event, and she came right up to me and she said she had never received so much pushback from a single tweet in her life. She had never been accused of the things she had, called the names, and it really threw her off course. And it was really she said she really needed to sit back and consider what she was doing. And it was the volume of independent reporting about Tigray that was continuing to increase, and we kept tagging her in tweets and highlighting the reports, and she came back to support us more quietly. So we suspect we lost actually another person the same way, and we realized we actually have to get in front of it and warn anyone who spoke out to expect this avalanche of aggression if they did. And then in Ethiopia, the polarization, hate speech, hate crimes, and social media during the Tigray War, Facebook became a central hub of anti-Tigrayan disinformation. a platform used to justify war, demonize civilians, and mobilize violence. Twitter was used for coordinating trolling, smear campaigns, false narrative flooding. YouTube was used to monetize propaganda, for visual disinformation. Telegram and WhatsApp were targeting coordination, pro-military narrative control, used for offline incitement and rumor-driven violence. Together, these platforms formed this interconnected ecosystem of hate and disinformation. But because of time again, I just want to talk about Facebook. Facebook was the most, and still is, the most widely used platform in Ethiopia, and was during the Tigray War. Violent, inflammatory content spread faster, of course, due to Facebook's algorithms. It became a megaphone for hate speech, disinformation, incitement. Pro-government hate speech often came from verified or influential accounts. And then at the time of the Tigray War, Facebook only had 5 moderators for the entire country of Ethiopia. And Ethiopia has 120 million people, but there were 5 moderators helping. They only spoke 2 of the languages, and there are, I think it's 6, I mean, there's a lot more than just, but languages in Ethiopia. So they're vastly underserviced. In 2021, there was the famous Francis, the whistleblower for Facebook, who was testifying before the U.S. Senate Commerce's committee, subcommittee actually. And she said, what we saw in Myanmar and are now seeing in Ethiopia are only the opening chapters of a story so terrifying, no one wants to read the end of it. And she further elaborated, accusing the algorithms of Facebook, saying they are literally fanning ethnic violence in Ethiopia. The platform's engagement, I'm not going to go through this. We kind of talked about a lot of this yesterday, but it's in the algorithms. Mass arrests, doxing, massacres all happened because of what was happening on Facebook. I believe it's vitally important that tech platforms are held accountable when their action contributes to mass violence like this. What the radio was to the Tutsi, the genocide against the Tutsis, what the radio was to the genocide against the Tutsis, Facebook was to Tigray. I think the humanity of people gets lost in the data, and so I just wanted to take two more minutes. Oh, am I 3 minutes? Oh, perfect, I have the time. To talk about Professor Marg. He has a fascinating life story. This is somebody who narrowly escaped death as a young man. He carried scars from prison and torture that he experienced under the Derg. He was Tigrayan, but he'd settled in the Amhara area, and he worked hard. He was actually, at one point, the vice president of the Amhara Regional States Teachers Association. He made substantial contributions to universities across Ethiopia, including Bahar Dar, Gondar, Aksum, Mekelle, Jimma universities all over the country. He lectured and advised students across all levels, undergraduate, postgraduate. He participated in research and community service endeavors, and there are numerous letters of commendation and certificates saying so. He authored textbooks, he disseminated 28 research papers, comprehensive laboratory findings, he contributed to science and laboratory at the Bahar Dar University where he worked, and he garnered national recognition for his college and the institution as a whole. He was one of only 3 full professors specializing in analytical chemistry throughout Ethiopia. In 2022 and 2023, he had scheduled over 19 international scientific conferences and seminars across Europe, Far East, the United States, where he would present his pioneering research and work. So he was very involved in the global scientific community. That's him being interviewed actually by the Bahar Dar University just the year actually he died, or he was killed. There's a media group that was interviewing him. I won't play the clip. But he had just retired in March of 2021, but he actually continued with the university in retirement because he loved teaching and he saw students like they were his own kids. In his retirement plans, he had included authoring a series of chemistry books for kids up to adults, and I think, and to pen his autobiography. At the time he was killed, he'd already completed 5 books, and he was diligently working on several more. Professor Merg's children, you see in the picture, were, they described their parents' relationship as being full of mutual respect, adoration, and described how the parents had this deep-seated commitment to each other's happiness. I don't know if I can play this. There is a video here. No, I probably can't. It's okay. But you can see that there's a really lovely video of just the family together, and you get the sense of he was just retired, and his kids had purchased him this fancy reclining chair, and that's him receiving it there. You get the sense of the warmth in their life and how much that family loved each other. And I wanted to tell you about Professor Merg because he's so emblematic of Tigrayans I know and the Tigrayan culture. It's very hospitable, very warm towards others, often full of collective advancement mindset, not just like a me and mine type of culture, and certainly not just ethnically Tigrayan, but anyone in their circle of influence. There's this goodwill towards visitors, and tourists would say that as they went to Tigray. There's a noticeable warmth to the culture. And you hear these horrifying statistics, and I just think that there were many who perished who were children, farmers and villagers, but there were also many who were just like Professor Merg, who was a father of 4, a grandpa of 2 at the time of his murder. And I encourage you to think of the humanity in Tigray when you hear these great big numbers. And his case is particularly one that is a prominent example of unrestricted social media posting. He actually, the story, there was a post under the user that had like 50,000 followers that was called BDU staff, which sounds like Bahardar University staff, although that's not proven, but who started these malicious rumors about him. His children saw the rumors and they frantically tried to get them taken down. They talked to Facebook about it several times. They have quite a story about how they tried to get it taken down, and that didn't happen. They're actually still up today. And he unfortunately on a day when he was just, he heard about these threats, and he actually went to Addis because a family member was sick with COVID, and he was told, don't come back. There's these threats against you in your life. And he said, I'm an innocent teacher. I have a good social network in this town. I've done nothing wrong. Why would I stay away? And when he came back, the day he came back to his town, actually city, he went to several police stations and said, is there a warrant out for my, arrest? Or people trying to hunt me down? This was some police officers had shown up at his house, but he previously. And so he was saying, is there a reason for me to be concerned, essentially? And they said, no, we don't have any reason, and we're not tracking you, we're not asking, there's no warrant out for you or anything. So he thought he was in the clear, but these posts remained up, and they picked up speed, and they were just shared over and over again. And unfortunately, he was murdered at his house as he was returning home from the university. And they found that there was a sizable contingent of armed individuals, actually, who were behind this, and investigations by the family later revealed his murder was orchestrated by a coalition involving the Bahardar University, Amhara Special Forces, and Fano militants, and other covert operatives. Because he was so esteemed after you need to wrap up, when they shot him, there were people who tried to take him to a hospital that was just 250 meters away, and and police had also arrived, but the police refused to intervene because they were afraid of there being further violence in the situation, and the armed actors essentially were allowed to do what they wanted, and they refused him to have access to any care. Some terrible things continued with all of that. His wife, in the middle of all of this, was interrogated about her ethnicity, and she very bravely talked about where she came from. They said, we don't want to waste a bullet on you because you're going to keep crying for the rest of your life. And they blackmailed her and called her things. So his family was, of course, engulfed in unfathomable anguish. There's a beautiful tribute online to him. And I just wanted to quote it as we're getting to the end here. They said, you lived and you lived nobly, you are missed beyond measure. And as Abel's blood in Genesis 4:10, so our father's blood is crying out to God from the ground. And in Tigray, there's such a large volume of blood crying out from the ground. And when you think of Tigray, there's so many, I think it's just helpful to remember somebody like him. Just lastly, I think, let me go forward here. Are we out? Okay, no worries. Having said all of this, we're not powerless. I think all communities, all organizations, all agencies, we're all made up of individuals. And we have circles of influence, and we can be intentional in how we conduct ourselves. I think we heard a lot of great recommendations yesterday. And I think if we choose to combine energies and tension together, create synergy, we aim to support one another in security and peace and justice and accountability, that we're very powerful. So if you would like to know more about what happened in Tigray, or want contacts there, or some of these final bits and pieces, please let me know and I can send them to you. My email. Thanks.
So, Dr. Tahir Sharan is a science and human rights advocate, currently serving as an assistant professor in the Department of Physics at the University of Toronto. He has held several distinguished positions, including Director General of the Afghanistan Atomic Energy High Commission, and has conducted research at world-renowned institutions such as the Max Planck Institute for Nuclear Physics in Germany, the CEA in Paris, the Institute of Photonic Sciences in Barcelona, and University College London in the UK. In addition to his academic accomplishments, he played a vital role in community leadership. From 2013 until 2016, he co-founded and led the World Hazara Council, an international non-for-profit organization dedicated to advocating for the rights of the Hazara people. With over a decade of activism, Dr. Sharan has been a tireless advocate for ethnic minority and Hazara rights worldwide. Dr. Sharan is one of the founding members and currently serves on the board for Canadian Hazara Advocacy. Since 2021, he's been actively involved in promoting the rights of Hazaras, ethnic minorities, and women in Canada and beyond. Dr. Sharan, thank you for joining us. Moving on to Jamila Nasso. Jamila Nasso is the president of the Canadian Yazidi Association and an advocate for survivors of conflict with a focus on justice, accountability, and community rebuilding. With an MBA in finance and sustainability and a background in political science and human rights, her work bridges policy, advocacy, and long-term community impact. Jamila has had national efforts in Yazidi resettlement, family reunification, and Canada's recognition of the Yazidi genocide. She played a key role in the success of Operation Ezra, one of the largest private refugee rescue initiatives for Yazidis globally, and works with Canada's War Crimes Program to advance survivor-led justice. Jamila, it's a pleasure having you here. And last but not least, Dr. Dawood Akça is an assistant professor in criminology at the Interdisciplinary Studies Department of Lakehead University and a credentialed evaluator. He holds a PhD in forensic psychology and an MA degree in criminology. He previously worked as a program evaluator at the Center for Forensic Behavioral Science and Justice Studies. He's a passionate researcher, and his research interests fall within the domains of investigative interviewing, policing, program evaluation, radicalization, and hate crimes. He teaches several courses, including policing, criminological research methods, program evaluation and criminal justice, and again, investigative interviewing. Dr. Akça, it's a pleasure having you here. Thank you. We'll go ahead and start with Jamila's presentation and move on from there. Again, for those of our guests sitting in the back, there are some really nice seats on this side of the room as well. If you'd like to change your seats, you're more than welcome. Thank you.
Whatever is fine. Is that okay? Okay. So, like that? How's that? Is that good? Okay. And then just forward and back. This is fancy. Okay. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jamila Nasso. Like I just said, I just wanted to thank all the organizers for creating space for an event like this. It can't, talked to how important it is to have survivors and communities working at the grassroots level in spaces like this. Because at the end of the day, if you're, an academic or you're influencing policy or anything like that, if you don't have the sort of the background or both feet on the ground in terms of what's going on at the community level, you're probably not going to end out with the results you want. So I'll just start there. And then I'll also say that, because we spent the first day talking about all the human rights institutions and all that sort of stuff, and essentially leading up to what happens, this is the perfect case study of what happens when we let hate speech win or when human rights institutions fail us. And the worst case scenario of that is genocide. So I'm going to be covering the Yazidi genocide today. I'll go quickly over who the Yazidis are. I'll go through two cases, the August 2014 genocide, and then a social media event that happened on August 2024, a decade after the genocide began. The global, national, and local responses to the genocide, and then sort of what the situation is now on the ground and in the region, and then sort of a path forward. Okay, so who are the Yazidis? The Yazidis are an indigenous ethno-religious minority primarily located in northern Iraq. So I don't know how much we know about the geography, but we are essentially right on the border of like Iran, Iraq, Turkey, Syria. We're right sort of deadlocked between those four countries there. The Yazidi religion is centered around Taus Malak and the sacred Lalish temple in the Sinjar region there. Yazidis speak mainly Kurmanji. People also say Kurdish, but it's Kurmanji. It is an oral religion, so most things are passed down orally through hymns, music, qawwals, and different things like that. The global population of Yazidis today is 1.5 million, with the largest diaspora community in Germany, and then the US, and then Canada and Australia also has a few there. And then, of course, the largest population in Iraq. I don't know what I did. The back? Good? Okay, sorry. Okay, so a legacy of hatred. So what? Am I moving it? Good? Okay. Okay, sorry. So a legacy of hatred. So I know I just said that Yazidis today number 1.5 million, but at one point there were 30 million Yazidis in Iraq and in the surrounding region. So after 74 attempts at genocide of this community, dating back to the 7th century, we're now at the 1.5 million number today. And that's mainly due to the Yazidi community being characterized as devil worshippers, as non-people of the book, targeted by state, non-state actors. ISIS is the most recent, but throughout history, really different governments and different non-state actors who have taken control at different points in time. There's a few dates listed there. I don't have enough time to go into the history of all that. I'll start during maybe the Ba'athist regime of Saddam Hussein, where Arabization policy was sort of the norm there, where they took Arab communities, families, and they plotted them in Yazidi, mainly dominated towns and communities to forcibly convert and sort of change up the demographic makeup of the country itself. And then, of course, you can't talk about that region without talking about the US-led invasion and the power vacuum that left behind, which allowed groups like ISIS and Al-Qaeda to get a new round of life there and start sowing seeds. And really throughout the history of the Yazidi community, it's pretty apparent that the 10 stages of genocide are observed completely within the Yazidi case. So there. So our first sort of hate speech to genocide. How did we get here and what happened? So on August 3rd, 2014, ISIS launched a coordinated assault on Sinjar, Iraq, which is the ancestral lands of the Yazidi population. Within a few weeks, we had 8,000 to 10,000 Yazidis executed on the first days of the assault, many in front of family members. We had 6,800 Yazidi members abducted. Those were mainly women and children. Over 400,000 community members displaced. We're still continuing to find, 11 years later, mass graves. We've identified over 87 mass graves to date in the Sinjar region, but only 35 of them have been exhumed, and even of those, not fully, so partially. UNITAD, the UN organization, actually closed shop in 2024, and they were in charge of the mass graves and sort of the justice process for Yazidis there. So that's no longer running in there. So things are sort of at a standstill, but local organizations on the ground are still fighting and trying to secure funding and resources to continue to find loved ones in those mass graves. And then, of course, the slavery markets. So ISIS established auction-style slavery markets in Raqqa, Mosul, Palmyra, and Tel Afar, where Yazidi women and girls were sold sometimes for $10 US, sometimes for a pack of cigarettes. And of course, the younger you were, the more you could bring in. And some of those girls as young as 9 years old. And then we go into the young boys in the Yazidi community, so called the Cubs of the Caliphate. So those boys were taken around 7 to 15 years old and forcibly converted and then used as suicide bombers, frontline staff, fighters for ISIS during that time. In one Yazidi village alone, 400 elderly Yazidi women and elder men were executed on that single day. And then, of course, that leaves those who were privileged to escape that onslaught. 70,000 Yazidis fled to Mount Sinjar in the first 72 hours of the genocide, and most of them stranded for 8 to 12 days without water, food, shelter. Hundreds died, and it was the U.S. airstrikes that came in with food aid and different things like that sort of eventually helped families and community members come down from the mountain and into the other regions, so flooding into Turkey and Syria and different areas of the Kurdistan region. In terms of prosecution status and what's happened there, as of 2024, fewer than 25 ISIS members have been prosecuted globally, specifically for crimes against the Yazidis. So I'll go. Sort of the next case study here is the 2024 hate campaign. So, sorry, one second. So on the 10th anniversary of the Yazidi genocide on August 3rd, 2024, there was a speech made by Yazidi commander, and it was a long speech he posted on social media, but one line in particular was completely taken out of context. And I'll quote what he said. It was a long video, and this was a portion of it. He said, "As long as Muhammad's religion persists, the disaster," end quotation, "for us will not end. I take full responsibility for my," and that was end of quote. "I take full responsibility," and then he came out and said, "I take full responsibility for my words here because their religion is the enemy of religion." The statement was perceived by many Muslims in parts of Iraq and across the Kurdistan region as an insult against Islam. And the following day, that individual came and published a statement saying, which he clarified, that he had not intended to insult Islam and that his remark was directed solely at the instrumentalization of religion by extremist groups and denounced the hate speech against Yazidis. But at that point, it was too late. And I'm going to say again that it was a long video, that one comment was completely taken out of context, and that wasn't what the conversation was about. It was about extremism and how individuals take and pervert religion to advance their own agendas. So what was the sort of what happened as a result of that? So there was over 1.1 million hate messages documented across Telegram, TikTok, Facebook, and X within 7 days. 68% of those were in Kurdish, 22% in Arabic, 18% and 10%, in another language. There was over 300 direct threats geotagged to Yazidi camps and villages, including naming individuals and campsites. There was over 1,000 Yazidi families that were forced to flee the IDP camps they were in because of threats. and many of the IDP camps themselves experienced spikes in hate, graffiti, vandalism, and threats of arson. The youth in the Yazidi community confirmed 40 incidents of verbal abuse against Yazidi children in schools following the digital hate campaign. The psychosocial effects of something like this. So over 80% of Yazidi women and girls in camps reported increased trauma symptoms following the exposure of this online attack. And the response from the Kurdistan regional government and the Iraqi government was no arrests or no prosecutions at all. There was a few statements made because globally there was pressure from different embassies on the ground and different governments, European governments, who said this has to stop, somebody has to say something. And then, you know, they came online and said the usual. And then in terms of tech accountability, there was no response. And in addition to that, it was verified ISIS sort of propaganda sympathizer pages, even after being sorry, what's the word here? Being flagged, they were live for 48 to 72 hours after that. So given all this, so the context of the 2014, so the history of the Yazidi community, the hate they faced for centuries and millennia simply because of their religious beliefs. And then we go into that laying the groundwork for the 2014 genocide by ISIS. And then we go into 10 years later on the day of a commemoration of the ongoing genocide. You had an instance like that that completely took us back to step one of that, you know, what is the first step to genocide is that hate speech. So in the midst of genocide, we're literally starting another one 10 years later. And what has been the global response to this? So Germany was one of the sort of first countries to take in Yazidi women and girls who were victims of ISIS. So they took just over 1,100, and they've had 10 trials addressing ISIS atrocities against Yazidis, and they just actually launched one today. So that was 10 today, just updated that. In the Netherlands, there was one case of a woman charged for crimes against humanity. In Sweden, there was a charge against a woman with genocide. In France, Lafarge is a big national corp. They were charged and sued and indicted in 2022 for funding ISIS in Syria and Iraq. The U.S. sued a civil court by Yazidi survivors led by Amal Clooney. And UNITAD has, so a UN body there, has supported evidence collection just up until September of 2024. But there's still no prosecutions of ISIS financiers or digital insiders. A big part of sort of, you know, what keeps terrorism going is of course the money ring of it. So it really, if we're trying to get to the root of it, how can we not indict or go after any of those big players who are making all those activities possible? Okay, so Canada's response to the genocide. I didn't put June 14th there because it was my birthday, but that was not a great birthday. So we've been working for sort of months and years on getting the Canadian government to recognize what was happening to the Yazidi community as genocide. And on June 14, 2016, as I'm sitting there listening, you know, and the stuff is it takes time. It comes up here on like a point or whatever, but it's months and years of, you know, backroom meetings in public, it's protests, it's, you know, reiterating the same speech like 100 billion times until you get to something like this. So then we're sitting there, and it gets voted down because we say, well, the Canadian government says, oh, we got to wait for some type of other recognition or something like that before we make our decision. So fast forward to less than 48 hours, the UN comes out with their report stating that what is happening to Yazidis and other ethnic minorities at the hands of ISIS does constitute genocide. So June 16, from the Canadian government, there's a full position reversal. And then in October 2016, a motion to resettle survivors passed, led by a Conservative government, and then approved by the Liberals as well. So then that happens, and then the Canadian government agrees to resettle 1,200 survivors of ISIS, 85% of whom were in fact Yazidi women and children, many of whom were in ISIS captivity. And sort of the special case, and I won't get into too much around resettlement just because of time, but the special case of Yazidi refugees coming into the country as opposed to all the others, many of the Yazidi women and children had just escaped captivity. So many of them, many of the women, I could share the stories, but I just don't have enough time, of what they went through captivity. They were in a refugee camp then for a month, and then they were sort of airlifted on a special project and brought to Canada. So you could imagine what types of mental health trauma resources are needed in place to sort of address the needs of this community, none of which were in place, and that's led to a whole nother set of issues. But we'll pause it there. Around repatriation, so obviously there's many foreign fighters who went and joined ISIS, and many Canadians as well. So to date, Canada has repatriated 9 adults, only 2 of whom have been charged under terrorism laws. The others on peace bonds, and surveillance has been applied to others. And for these 9 adults, I just want to say, these were females. There was there was a case to bring 4 other ISIS men, but it was turned down. And I just wanted to say here that it wasn't only males who participated in the genocide against the Yazidis, it was women as well. They played a key role in recruiting and enslaving Yazidi women and girls inside the house. So I know in Western context, we have this idea about terrorists just being men, or this could only be done. No, in the Yazidi case and many other cases, it is women leading a lot of that as well. Okay, and then I'll just quickly touch on Canada's war crimes program, just because we've partnered with them and worked with them quite a bit. Canada launched its first ever structural investigation, and what that means is they work with the survivor community to collect stories and testimony from survivors before they've even identified a perpetrator. So then they work with a national, an international coalition of governments who also do sort of that same structural investigation, and all these stories and testimonies are collected, and then when an ISIS member is identified in a member state ally country, when they are taken to court, all this is admissible in court then and can be used. And Canada hasn't tried any here, but we have been a part of sort of other cases, such as in Germany, where survivors here have sort of gave their testimony. Okay. I'll touch quickly on community response to genocide, and this is where a lot of our work came in. So this is really special in that so many people have no idea who the Yazidi community is. We're very, very small, and pre-2014, I'd probably say maybe 10 people in Canada knew who the community was. And when 2014 hit, our community here started knock on every single door we could knock on, whether it be governments or community organizations, and most people just, shut the door. They're like, we have no idea who the kid is, that place is so messy, we don't know anything. And it was one conversation where we were connected from a local MP to the Jewish community in Winnipeg. And after the first conversation we had with them, they said, we're going to promise you 2 things. We're going to help you, amplify the story of the Yazidis and the plight of the Yazidis, and we're going to help you resettle as many families as we can. So after that conversation, a year later, we raised $40,000 in the span of a couple days. And then money just kept pouring in. And after 10 years of that sort of advocacy and that, relationship with the Jewish community, it turned into a multi-faith coalition with Christians, with Druze, with Baha'is, with so many different groups of people, so many corporations, so many, schools, healthcare, anything you can imagine. It became a coalition of over 50 different organizations and faith groups who came together. And really, I always say, in the sort of silver lining, it's a horrible thing for any community to go through just a genocide or anything like that. But, to turn to your own community then, where you live, where you, think of as home, and have those same people, extend that hand and that empathy, that is a privilege in Canada that we have, and I hope we never take that for granted, because it's not everywhere. So that being said, we came together in over 10 years, raised over $1.7 million, We led the efforts for Canada's recognition of the genocide, supported the largest private Yazidi rescue effort in the world, privately sponsoring 67 Yazidis, 12 families. We have 20 more in the queue, so that's going to bring us to 87. We've worked with the government on family reunification policy, which we've been pushing for. That was announced in 2023, and we're going to see the first waves of families actually coming in within the next few weeks. So again, it's obviously slow. You don't want to be reunifying families 10 years after a genocide, but that's just the nature of this work. So I know we've been talking about a lot how depressing and hard it is, but you know, if you keep working at it, you do get silver lining moments like this. Okay, so I will just skip to here now. Talk a bit about, okay, where are we now? What's the situation between Iraq, Kurdistan Regional Government, Turkey, and Syria? So we had a pretty groundbreaking law passed in 2021 in Iraq, where not only was the genocide recognized, reparations, pensions, psychological support, employment, all that sort of stuff was promised to Yazidi survivors. And if you know the history of that country, like Yazidis were far kept from the socioeconomic, political sort of infrastructure of the country. So this was groundbreaking in a number of different ways. But of course, implementation is delayed due to political gridlock between the different fractions. Sinjar remains unstable. There's active militias. There are constant Turkish airstrikes attacking other militias in the area, so very unsafe and unstable. There's still 62 mass graves that haven't been exhumed at all. I was in Iraq a year ago, and there's literally like white string around like a plot of land. Those are the mass graves, and that's how they've been sort of identified. To date, there's over 2,800 Yazidi women and girls still missing. There was a case recently of one girl found in Gaza. We know there are many in other surrounding countries, many in Syria, many in Iraq. It is not a lack of information, it's a lack of political will that stops us from finding and bringing back these women and girls. Yeah, like I said, returnees face no clean water, healthcare, schools, safety, electricity in Sinjar. There's been planned camp closures in the Kurdistan Regional Government area and by Iraqi government, but there's no actual, reintegration strategy or anything like that. And then lastly, I want to touch on the development in Syria. Abu Muhammad al-Julani was once a sort of commander in al-Nusra Front, the al-Qaeda branch in Syria, who then joined ISIS in 2014 and was a perpetrator in the Yazidi genocide, led Hayat al-Tahrir, which was another then terrorist organization, renamed, rebranded in Syria, led that effort, and is now the president of Syria, and changed back to his original name, Ahmed Hussein al-Shara. So message to you is be very wary of individuals who just, shave a beard, put on a suit, play, the Western talking points of democracy and human rights and all these sorts of things. You got to, use your critical thinking and look a bit deeper than that, because these bad actors, and there are many of them, are starting to catch on to this. And, unfortunately, we see our, Western governments buying into that, as you probably might have seen Trump with handshakes in Saudi Arabia, congratulating this who once had a U.S. bounty on his head. So. And then in terms of a path forward, so first and foremost is an intelligence-backed, state-led international task force to locate and liberate the nearly 3,000 Yazidi women and girls. That I don't think we can even talk about a genocide being over or anything like that if you still have over 3,000 women and girls missing. Enforcing the Yazidi Survivors Law and Sinjar Agreement. Those are sort of keystone in the rebuilding and transitional justice process in Iraq, so really key to that. Next is, of course, criminalizing and prosecuting hate speech, hate campaigns online, precede physical violence again and again, and we see that cycle repeated, fortunately, in that area of the world, but also here at home, as we've learned. And then, of course, education. It's places like this, it's, in museums, it's in schools, it's really wherever you can get in front of a mic and share stories and involve community wherever possible, and really lead with survivors at the front when they are ready to. And I'm just going to end by going, oh, I was sorry, I was on the slide. I'm going to go quickly just back to this slide here as a community response to genocide. A lot of what we talk about can feel very over your head and up here, and we talk about these international institutions and all this crazy stuff, but in my 10, 11 years of doing this advocacy work and stuff like that, whether it be, you know, at the UN, at the Canadian Parliament, at NATO, in Iraq, and the Turkish and Kurdistan regional government area, and refugee camps in Greece, it's when you have both feet on the ground and you're in the 4 blocks of your own community at home, and it's in those conversations at coffee shops or at schools or, you know, with your neighbor saying, you know, this is my story, this is what I come with, or this is the situation I'm in, like, can you help me? And if your neighbor, if you can get them to empathize and you can work together collaboratively and bring people on board onto that mission, that's impact. That's really what it is. It sounds so simple, but if you can do that, then you're making a difference. So I will end there. Sorry, I went a bit over, but thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, organizers, for inviting me to this impressive conference. I learned a lot from the previous speakers. And I know it's late afternoon. I tried to be very brief as much as I could. Today, actually, I'm going to talk about another another communities who's facing genocide and mass killing, and this is about Hazaras, which I will give a brief introduction about this community in case some of you don't know, and then I just go through the atrocity they are facing right now. You know, the Hazara community mainly lives in Afghanistan, and in Afghanistan, a lot of time we hear that the Hazara are minority group, but when it comes to the ethnicity in Afghanistan, actually, we don't have really minority and majority in Afghanistan. We don't have any ethnic group who's 50 plus in terms of population, but although there is a claim always that certain groups are a majority in the country, and this is driven by political force, because over the last at least 22 years when the international community were in Afghanistan, we never had a proper national census to know the population of the country even, apart from the ethnicities. And this is nothing clear. And in general, in Afghanistan, we have many ethnic groups. 4 of them, like Pashto, Tajik, Hazara, Uzbek, are the 4 biggest ones, and we have another 14 different small minority groups. And as the majority of the population of the Afghans are Sunni Muslim, but then we have a Shia, like an Ismaili as well in the country, and then we have some Hindu, Sikhs, and Christian and Baha'i in the country too. But the Hazara actually is a distinct ethno-religious group, which historically been actually persecuted because of their ethnicity and religion. And we don't have really official statistic about their population, but we are thinking there might be around 10 to 12 million Hazaras in Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Iran. But the majority of them lives in Afghanistan, and we have a group living in Pakistan as a Pakistani Hazara, and even in Iran as Iranian Hazaras. As I just mentioned, the majority of Hazara are Shia, 12 Imami or Ithna Ashari, and then we have Ismaili, and then we have a Sunni Hazara as well. Their language is kind of Dari, a Farsi or Persian language, but we mixed it with a lot of Turkish and Mongolian vocabulary, which is that mixed a claim that these people might have a root from Central Asia, which is I don't go in that route right now. Then their homeland is in the central part of Afghanistan, and on the green line, as you can see, again, which we call it Hazarajat, is around 1,800 meters above the sea level. It's very cold area. And then the majority of the Hazara lives there, but we have a significant number of Hazara living in Kabul capital, especially in the west part of Kabul, and then the big city like Mazar-e-Sharif and Herat and Ghazni, and almost across the country. And this ethnic group over the 130 years has been facing massacre, genocide, and in several times for the purpose of the ethnic cleansing. The first genocide actually started around, it was in a late 19th century when the Amir Abdul Rahman, who wanted to build a nation state in Afghanistan. And during that time, more than 60% of the Hazara population were killed. And everything started by hate speech, and then based on the fatwa, an order this king gives, then the Muslim cleric at the mosque across the country was giving a speech and preaching against the Hazara community as infidel, and that's a kind of approach made mobilization of the other ethnic group across the country, and then the massacres happened, and 60% of the Hazara population were killed, and 1,000 were actually had to leave the country, and many actually sold into the slavery across the country. But historically, since then, the Hazara has been facing systematic discrimination in Afghanistan. They didn't have many, rights, like as a citizen, always considered as a second-class citizen or even third-class citizen. They were not, for example, allowed to be an army officer or even go to the school. There were not that many schools available in the region. There were Hazaras living, and this systematic kind of discrimination was continued until late. It was until the invasion of the Soviet Union, or before that, when the left-wing party took power. The situation was become a bit different. But then after the civil war in 1990s, when the Soviet Union left Afghanistan, and then the conflict is over during the Cold War, then the civil war in Afghanistan started, and then during that civil war again, the Hazara community faced a massacre, and a lot of tension was against the Hazaras. And we had almost 10 attacks during that time on the Hazara communities. In particular, when the Taliban took over the power in the first time in 1998, in a Mazar-e-Sharif, in a city in north, they killed around 8,000 to 10,000 people within a week from the Hazara communities. And this was the first massacre of the huge massacre of the Hazara in Mazar-e-Sharif, and then they did the same thing in Bamyan and elsewhere. And I was actually was the victim of that massacre when I was a teenager at that time, and I escaped Mazar-e-Sharif and get all the way to UK as a refugee. And then the second time now is I'm running out of the country, this time when the Taliban took power, unfortunately. And this is the situation for many Hazaras, unfortunately. And then the Taliban just didn't actually stop just killing. They tried to destroy the, anything related to the identity of Hazara, like a Buddha of the Bamyan, this big Buddha statues which belong to the Hazara community were destroyed, and many other historical monuments were destroyed across the country to arrest their identity in the country. And then when international intervention happened in 2001, that was a good era, in particular for the all Afghan people in Afghanistan, but in particular for Hazaras, because that makes the situation very different. For the first time in the history, the Shia Jafari was recognized, and along the Hanafi, the constitution of Afghanistan gives the right of all the individual citizens of Afghanistan. And then at the same time, the woman has got a better situation compared to the past. But even though in terms of constitution, everything looks nice, but still the Hazara community were facing a lot of challenges, especially the systematic discrimination were there, and proportionally they were not having enough representative in the countries. And then apart from that, they were facing a lot of challenges as well. But to just mention a few things during that post-2001, the Hazara community was the first group who actually give their weapon they surrendered their weapon and then joined the peace process in Afghanistan. And then the Hazarajat was quite peaceful. We never had a single attack against any international community from the Hazara community. And despite that the poppy growing in Afghanistan was growing, but in Hazarajat, this was the case, it was different. We never had such a cultivation of the poppy. And then in terms of the democracy also, we had more freedom at that time. The first interior minister, of woman interior minister, was from this community. The first governor, Afghan woman governor in the history of Afghanistan is from the Hazara community. The first mayor of the, female mayor in the history of Afghanistan also was from this community. And also they significantly really contributed to the democratic process because they were thinking the only way they can get rid of this historical discrimination and would be through the, getting engaged in a democratic process. And that's why you had a huge number of Hazara compared to other ethnic groups participating in election and so on. As you can see some of the picture, this is the Bush wife with one of our cleric, Hazara cleric in Bamiyan. And then the number of the Hazara who actually, attending the school, they put a lot of effort to actually use that opportunity to, to actually proceed with their education, which is also was, the situation was significant. I don't go to the detail time, but one thing I can mention, the number of, apart from that, in other area also Hazara has a very huge achievement. The first Olympic medal winner in the history of Afghanistan was from this community. Then the Abbas Karimi, another refugee swimmer, which has a medal now. He played for the U.S. He's a U.S. citizen now. He also were from this community. And last year, Zakia Khodadad, this lady in here, she actually won the first medal, a Paralympic medal for refugees. And this is some of the achievement they had. But unfortunately, by the return of the Taliban, before even the Taliban returns during the president of international community in Afghanistan, the Hazara was attacked by the extremist group like ISIS. As the Yazidi were facing that problem, we had similar problem among the Hazaras. We have more than, between 2002 and 2022, where in the international community were in Afghanistan. The world were there. We had nearly 2,300 attacks specifically on Hazara community, and they were at a school, mosque, maternity hospital, and the kids, even newborn kids, were killed. And then a lot of women. This is all the women was actually killed at the education center. And this was the situation of Hazara before even the Taliban taking power for the second time. But under the Taliban, everything has become even worse, and then the situation for this community become even vulnerable. According to UNEMA, consistent with trend observed in the past years, many suicide and other bomb attacks on civilian target the Shia Muslim, particularly the ethnic group. And then under the Taliban, hundreds of Hazara has been killed, 1,000 displaced, and then the number of Hazara at the government position significantly reduced. And international aid, like many other communities earlier mentioned, who are facing genocide, was actually diverted from the Hazara community. As we are speaking right now, this is the case, and then they just go to the other area. And then a lot of fabricated document was created in terms to seize the land of the Hazara and force them to leave their land. And this is something which is ongoing right now as I'm talking. This process is continuous in Afghanistan. And there has been a lot of heavy taxation on Hazara community as well in order to actually force them to leave the country. And still, although the Taliban claims that we bring the peace in Afghanistan, but that's not true for the Hazara communities. Since they came to power, we have more than 61 recorded. There are many, but at least 61 kind of recorded. A specific attack was on the Hazara community, again at a school, worship area, and so on, mainly public area. And these are not isolated incidents, but part of really systematic campaign of a genocide against the Hazara in Afghanistan. The religious practice are restricted under the Taliban, and the Hazara judge removed. Right now, we don't have a single judge belongs to the Hazara community. All of them is removed from across the country. Again, the Hazara, historical heritage is start to be, they're destroying the Hazara historical, site, and even the graveyard they want to destroy to make sure there is no any sign that this area where at some point the Hazara people were living. Okay, now on the term of hate speech, still we have a lot of, hate speech against the Hazara community. In 1998, for example, the Niazi was the governor of the Mazar-e Sharif. He was clearly giving a speech that said Uzbek should go to Uzbekistan, Tajik should go to Tajikistan, and Hazara should go to the graveyard. And this was the language he was using, through the, at his speech and during the, pray time. And then there were many other, right now there are many other hate speech against these people. According to the UN Special Rapporteur Richard Bennett, hate speech targeting Hazara, including calls for violence, it is spreading widespreading in media and elsewhere, especially at the mosque. And they are actually labeling Hazara as infidel, and this is give them very justification for the further massacre and killing of the Hazaras. But one of the challenge, which like many other communities, like earlier mentioned about the Tigray and then Yazidi, and many other cases about denial of the genocide. This is something the Hazara community are also facing. And then this is the systematic kind of systematic denial, distortion, and dismissal of their suffering. And there are actually there are several areas which they're playing with this card. They are actually generalization. They try to generalize to actually kind of mask the ethnic targeting. For example, when it comes to Afghanistan, they said, oh, there is a violence across the country. It's not just for Hazaras, and this is, this is violent against your ethnic group is nothing than any other, different than any other violence, because the country in a war, and this is going to happen. But they never appreciate, acknowledge the systematic, of these attacks, that this communities get attacked because of their religions and ethnicities. I'll just give you an example. A year or 2 years ago, we have, at the Parliament Hill, we had a witness, testimony. There was a lady was invited there. I was there. Even the president of International Genocide Watch actually giving a witness testimony and saying that is what is happening to Hazara is genocide. And then we had a lady from other ethnic group in that room with a member, almost 20 member of parliament, Canadian member of parliaments, and she was saying, oh, this is not a genocide. This is not like they don't kill because of their ethnicity. This is a general problem in Afghanistan. And again, we had a similar problem a few months ago, again at the parliament. We had the people, many MPs and many other Canadian MPs, and again another predominant Afghan who I don't want to name, was MP and very activist when it comes to Hazara, said, okay, this is general violence, it's not just you. And you see, that's the way they try to deny, and then they said, okay, this is not, is not like you are not treated differently because of your ethnicity. They try to deny that. Another actually, reason they try to not, denial is driven by ethnic affiliation. A lot of people, they think when we are talking about a perpetrator, like Abir Abdurrahman Khan would actually kill the Hazaras, or the Taliban does, ISIS does, because they think that the majority of the Taliban belongs to certain ethnic group. They think if they actually accept that kind of crime, they might actually kind of blame their community. But this is not about that. It's about, accepting the crime in terms of, preventing in the future. If, for example, in 1998, if the massacre of the Mazar-e Sharif was recognized as a genocide, probably we never had the chance, the Taliban, to come back and actually rule in Afghanistan, and keep doing the same thing. But this is something, again, we have, kind of denial from the other ethnic group in Afghanistan. Another area which I need to touch is about, they try to justification of genocide framed as a national interest. They said, okay, whatever is happening is the national interest of the country. We have to look at the whole country. If the Abir Rahman kill or the Taliban does, it actually bring all the nation together. It's not just something even bad in that sense. But some people, they're thinking, recognizing a genocide is a privilege for the victims. And I think this is another problem. They think, okay, if this community, the crime is happening against them, if this recognized is going to be a privilege for them. But we know that this is not the case. This is not a privilege. It's just about how you bring justice and then you're preventing, again, the further atrocity. This is also something we have, unfortunately. And the other thing is political and global exclusion. Because of this victims community, most of them, they don't have any national and international platform. If you have the embassy, whatever, the UN, whatever you have belongs to people who are in power. When you are excluded from the system, then you pass to communicate and pass your message is going to be harder at the national and international level. And this is another problem the Hazara community face, and I'm sure many other ethnic groups who are facing genocide have a similar kind of problem. You don't have that platform, and you're always marginalized that way, and you don't find a way to actually, and you struggle to make your voice heard. I think there are some other areas, probably I don't go through, we don't have time, to just mention, although the situation is very hard for the Hazara, as you can see, many well-established organizations actually saying this is a genocide and asking for the international community to really recognize the Hazara genocide. Like American Bar Association passed a resolution last year asking for the world to really recognize the genocide of the Hazara. We had a study at the Canadian Parliament, the subcommittee of human rights. They also acknowledged the historical long persecution of massacre of the Hazaras, and then we are waiting for the Canadian government to take an action based on that report. And British Parliament also wants to mention that the Hazaras are at risk of genocide. And as I mentioned earlier, the president of Genocide Watch clearly stated many times that the Taliban has committed genocide against the Hazara in the past, and they are committing right now. And to conclude, what is really for us, the situation in Afghanistan is such that the massacre and then atrocity in Afghanistan, unfortunately, is not going to decrease. It's going to increase massively. And this is the reality from what the Taliban actually, their policy is. And although there are a lot of people that try to lobby and say the Taliban really changed, at least in the last 3 years, we can see there is no any change. They are the same people with the same ideology, and then they will carry the same kind of attack on the women's and the minority group and the Hazara communities. And to us, we really want in the international community, and particularly Canada, to recognize the genocide of the Hazaras, and I think this is very important. The recognition is the first step for preventing, genocide. This is something we've been asking through the, Alliance for Tigray, for Hazaras, and many other communities who are facing this genocide. And this is something we are fighting, and hopefully one day, officially, at least, we have that recognition for the Hazaras who've been suffering over the last 130 years. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Tahir and Jamile, for your presentations. I'll be brief because it's late afternoon and everyone has been listening to many insightful presentations on different aspects of hate and polarization. And I will share the remaining part of our research in Northern Justice Watch, specifically looking at a community called Hizmet Movement. In yesterday's presentation, I talked about one aspect of it, which is the pathway beginning with hate speech, going to hate crimes, going up to genocide. And that idea of having a specific conference on hate and polarization came from our first ever conference that we had in December 2023. like 1.5 years ago, it was basically on genocide and atrocity crimes, and we listened to many different examples of genocide and atrocity crimes. One theme in common in different experiences across different communities was beginning of genocide and atrocity crimes is that hate. If you don't address hate speech and hate crimes, that will lead to more serious crimes. Then in Northern Justice Watch, we decided to have this conference dedicated to hate and polarization. And as I said, I will be brief in my presentation in this report, in this research. We published the findings of this research in a report that is published on Northern Justice Watch website. If you want to read the entire findings, you can go to our website and see the report. I explained what the Hizmet movement is about in yesterday's presentation. Again, on our YouTube channel, you can find the records, and I don't want to go through the explanation, but Hizmet movement is a faith-based organization coming from Turkey, originally from Turkey, but now they have existence in more than 100 countries, and it's based on they are inspired by the late Islamic scholar Fethullah Gülen. So in our research, we did a survey with the members of Hizmet movement who live in Canada. And I gave the background of their victimization beginning from 2013 yesterday, but briefly mentioning that there's a huge purge going on against the members of Hizmet movement in Turkey. Because of that, they have been escaping the country and seeking refuge in Western countries, including Canada. So in our survey, we collected data from 318 members of the Hizmet movement in Canada, and we asked them questions about their hate crime victimizations. And yesterday, I shared the findings of that survey, but at the end of the survey, we asked them an open-ended question. Can you explain if you have any experience in Canada, like any hate crime experience in Canada after you immigrate to this country? And we had a lot of different responses explaining, showing that their victimization, their experiences continue in Canada, despite they sought refuge and they're seeking for a more safe life here. So I will share briefly a thematic analysis of those findings in the open-ended questions. And yesterday I explained that the impacts that we found in the survey was multi-layered, like individual level, community level, public safety, like polarization, as we have been discussing in this conference, and international level. So what we see in this, as the title of our report is Persistent Shadows of Hate. The shadows, the impacts of hate is persistent even they came to Canada as shown through our research. These were the types of hate crime victimization of this community, and these percentages show the percentage of people, the percentage of participants saying that they still have these experiences in Canada, like 65% still experience online assault, verbal assault, even physical attacks continue. Like although it's smaller than the other ones, 12% of them said they experienced that. But interesting part is transnational repression, as we see in the other examples of Hazara community, Yazidi community, Tigray, and other communities that we listen to. Whatever the conflict is in their home country, there is the spillover effect of that, and that the experiences continue here. The transnational repression part is really important and really serious, as we discussed yesterday, and continuing polarization among these communities. So we learned from our participants that they had experiences of verbal and online assaults. Specifically, the four-letter word, which is the main cause, the motivation behind people turning against the members of Hizmet movement, both in Turkey and in Western countries, is the widespread use of this FETÖ label, the political hate speech, and it continues here. Here is some quotes from our participants. Especially on social media, one of the participants said the term FETÖ is consistently used. This is very hurtful and frightening. The persecution and torture in Turkey also started with just a term, just this four-letter word. Another participant said, unfortunately, in online environments, we are still labeled as FETÖ by Turks, like by non-Hizmet Turks. Here and judged with preconceived notions, we are forced to stay away from Turks here due to their prejudices as they are influenced by those statements. And as I shared, the use of that label incites hatred against the members. I shared some numbers on that. Threats, defamation, and assaults, like physical assaults and threats, continue even in Canada. People explained to us that they received death threats from Turkish nationals in Canada. Some businesses, like Turkish businesses, boycott them, like saying that we don't want any Hizmet members in our restaurant, for example. And that anti-Hizmet rhetoric continues even in the mosques and some festivals, some social organizations. Some of the participants reported some attacks on the institutions like schools and culture centers of the Hizmet movement. Here are some quotes. One of them said, I personally experienced it. I was threatened by an AKP supporter. AKP is the political party of the current government. AKP supporter shopkeeper with being abducted, tortured, or killed. Another participant said, in the mosques, there were speeches against the Hizmet movement. The Diyanet, the official religious institution of Turkish government, has a mosque in Toronto, which is Pape Mosque. They openly targeted the Hizmet movement, making it impossible for us to attend the religious services in that mosque. We couldn't benefit from the opportunities within Canada's border, and the Canadian government didn't intervene clearly. Another quote, I heard from those who experienced it firsthand that curses and insults, starting with the FETÖ word, were made during Iftar, which is a Ramadan organization, Ramadan dinner, and in the Turkish mosque. It included physical assaults on a sympathizer in a mosque in Edmonton. Again, one of the themes emerging from our open-ended questions was again, transnational repressions. Participants reported that they are being surveyed by the Turkish consulates in Canada. Turkish embassy and consulates deny their services. Their names are reported to Turkish government by both the officials and the non-Hizmet Turkish people, again, because of the use of that hate speech. And they are living the fear of being spied on even in Canada. There is a report on transnational repression published by Advocates of Silence Turkey. You can go to that report and see more details. 46% of our participants mentioned that they have been targeted by the Turkish embassies and consulates at least once. One quote here, I learned that some Turks who are not part of the Hizmet movement reported Hizmet members here when they traveled to Turkey. They provided lists of names, and as a result, official reports were made, and the assets of some Hizmet members in Turkey were seized, and also their families are targeted in Turkey. Another quote, since the embassy does not process the transactions of Hizmet members and they cannot send official documents such as powers of attorney, not only do they suffer, but their parents and siblings also suffer in Turkey. Polarization, we have all talked about the polarization. They commonly mentioned those experiences of polarization. One quote here, I know of Turkish businesses in Canada where Hizmet members are prevented from entering. Another quote, I have heard of people confronting Hizmet members at their doors. I know people are afraid to go to the Turkish embassy or talk about anything related to Hizmet nearby. Also, I know people approach new Turks they meet with suspicions and fear, thinking that they will report them and give away their addresses. So briefly, these are the findings of our study. If you are interested, you can go to our report to find more findings. I want to summarize our findings, and also, as we see, there is a trend here. There are many common points on these experiences of victim communities. And one thing that I wanted to focus today is the transnational aspect of hate crime. So it persists. Even the victim communities go abroad and seek refuge in safe countries. And victims, even they come to here and other countries, still face fear, trauma, and isolation. And the transnational repression continues. So what we can say about the solution, the last few words, is the antidote of hate is dialogue. So we listened to many great presentations on legal responses yesterday, like what can we do legally, the legal aspects of hate, what the institutions do in terms of responding, like the police, prosecutor's office, other institutions do, which are great, which needs to be done. But the actual solution, because the problem is coming from the relationships between individuals and communities, and the solution relies there as well. Like as I said, the antidote of hate is there. We need to bring together these communities, and also victim communities should come together, as we listened to from Jamila's and Joanne's presentations. Like the alliance between victim communities is one thing that we really need to promote, and this conference actually is one of the efforts to do that. And I would like to end with that note here, and I would like to say some appreciations about this conference. I would like to thank everyone coming here in this 2-day, listening to these great presentations with us. I would like to thank Human Rights Research and Education Center in the University of Ottawa, specifically Professor John Packer, for hosting this great conference, and also our partner organization, Center for Free Expression at the Toronto Metropolitan University, Center for Hate, Bias and Extremism at the Ontario Tech University, Lakehead University. And I would like to thank all the colleagues and volunteers at Northern Justice Watch, our great MC, Tarek Salam. I would like to thank Ruveida and all volunteers who helped us really make this happen. And thank you for coming here again. And I would like to invite Professor John Packer to give some final remarks about this conference. Please, Professor Packer.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aksa, and thanks for the opportunity to say a few last words. Let me just say, just listening to the last panel, that I've had the opportunity of visiting most of the places we're talking about, Nineveh and Dohuk and the Sinjar Mountains, and I've been, of course, I've been to Mazar-e-Sharif and region, northern, in particular, northern Afghanistan, across Turkey, and I'm familiar with the politics that lies behind what has happened in regard to the Hizmet movement, and there are others here. I've never been to Tigray, but I've been to Ethiopia. I've been to a lot of places, and I'm always amazed how much depth, I mean, the diversity we talked about, Ricky talked about, it's not just broad, I mean, it's profound, and there's so many insights to learn about life and history and the nature of our species, the 8 billion or possibly more. Lately I've been reading that maybe there's 10 billion because we're not quite sure how many in lots of parts of the world. But its richness, and I was always brought up, I was just speaking with Mr. Slayton and his wife as they were leaving. Turns out they're from my hometown, Winnipeg, and which was always a very diverse and complex and partly contentious and so forth place. But we did reach a point many, many years ago where we came to a conclusion. I don't know if people in the room know about the origins of multiculturalism policy in Canada, and so forth. It came largely from Ukrainians, actually, who were pushing to be included in the light of a narrative, a predominant narrative 50 years ago around two founding nations, you know, which we all teach and hear about. It sounds like there was a Tea Party or something 150 years ago. That's not what happened. You know, then we have an add-on, oh yes, and then what we used to call Indians, then we called Aboriginal, now we call Indigenous. I mean, but we did adopt this idea of multiculturalism, and ism is a suffix which refers to a political project, essentially a philosophy or a project. And it was quite a distinctive policy in Canada, a deliberate policy of inclusion, of mutual respect, of investment in it, part of Heritage Canada, our ministry. We don't have a ministry of culture, we have a ministry, how inclusive is that, language policy and so forth. Took us a long time, 2019, until we finally adopted a law on Indigenous languages in Canada. You kind of would have thought that might have come earlier. Could have helped if it came earlier. But I just want to say that kind of behind this question of hate and polarization is something that I feel has been compromised. And what has been compromised is the idea of richness in diversity. I was brought up that it was like wonderful to know, when I was a kid in school, in the first class of the new year, the teacher would ask the students, where are you from? Almost all of us were born in Winnipeg. But it was a reference to cultural identity and heritage and we would keep track of who had celebrations and different times. And it was like, oh, that's neat, oh, how interesting. And it wasn't a bad thing, it was a great thing. It was like, oh, tell us about that. Some of the stories were tragic because some people had come as refugees, and a lot of people actually had tragic histories. But there was there was a mutual respect. There was almost a celebration of it, that we could, and I think Ricky talked about that, we could live together, not just in coexistence. I would challenge you on that word coexist, but something more than coexistence. That was a real togetherness. And I think this is what we're worried about now, that we're seeing that this polarization and hatred that's far removed from coexistence, and it's far removed from a kind of a deep togetherness. We're barely on the edge of coexistence, right? It's fraying, so I want to thank everyone who's come in the last 2 days and participated and spent their time. I want to especially thank Dr. Aksa for the initiative. He is the recipient of I don't know if we've commented on, but a Social Science and Humanities Research Council Connections grant. So there's a public investment in this and his leadership, which allows a lot of this to happen. So thank you for that. I think that deserves and with that, a lot of his blood, sweat, and tears, his effort in trying to rally and pull behind. A lot of organizing things are not easy. Let me say thanks also to Tariq. Tariq was a student of mine last year, so I got to know Tariq before knowing about this. So I've discovered that you're a really good MC, and you kept things going. You sounded the right notes, always in a good tone, and thank you for that. Keep doing it, and congratulations. So Tariq is going on to a career. He's going to write his bar exam shortly, and then we'll be calling you because we're going to need your help. I think so. Thanks. There's already been a thank you to the co-sponsors. But let me just say, if people have any doubt about it, it's not necessarily an obvious thing to co-sponsor this kind of a conference. And let me say that there were requests to a couple others who declined. And so that's a little bit where we're at also, to know that it's not such an obvious thing. There are hesitations, there are concerns. We are touching delicate issues. We had a little bit of that here also, because I think it's imperative for us to understand, to live together, we need to be able to speak and exchange views with mutual respect, and not just tolerance, but an attitude of genuine interest. I would like to hear your view. I would like to understand your view. But that doesn't mean I'm going to agree with your view. And I think that's something we all need to understand. Living together doesn't mean I'm going to adopt, your religion, or I'm going to believe. I haven't shared all of your experiences, and I might not even, I'm definitely not going to share all your perspectives, but I may not even believe them, So, but that's okay. That's not what we're asked to do. We're not asked to do that in the university. I was reminded just yesterday, even the concept of the university with attacks on universities now, where we're trying to close them off and limit. It's the antithesis of what the university literally comes from the word universe and universes, which is of all things, of all parts. It must be open. It must be more than tolerant. The idea is to engage, to critically, to challenge and see how we can learn and grow and pursue all the diversity of our disparate needs, interests, and aspirations. They are not going to all coincide. That's the real challenge. My aspirations may not be the same as yours. My needs are probably quite different, my interests. But how do we reconcile that? Where do we, using the word reconciliation, a dominant consideration now in our country with regard to Indigenous peoples. I grew up, as I said, in the city of Winnipeg with a significant Indigenous population who were essentially ignored. Not just alienated, I mean literally ignored. It's almost like they were invisible, but they were highly visible. Living in poverty, living in pain and suffering. And we would drive through, as a middle-class kid, we would drive through Indigenous communities on our way to the lakes for, the beaches, and so we just kind of ignored it. And now I think positively, we're engaging more, we're trying to understand, including in this university, we're making elements of gestures so far, recognition. Thank you for the acknowledgements. But as John Ralston Saul wrote about, we must be concerned about these acknowledgements, that they become pedestrian and meaningless. They can't be empty words. So I hope that what we've had exchanges of, I've learned a lot, and I'm looking at reviewing the recordings. Thank you for that. I would like to hear feedback from people, including if they have contested views, so that we can continue this, that we can move forward. I want to also draw attention to one specific thing, which we should have mentioned earlier, or should have opened up. Upstairs are the Human Rights Research and Education Centers on the 5th floor here. If you take the elevator, and upstairs we have actually a room where there's right now an exhibition on essentially comparative genocides. It's called Echoes of Resilience. And I'd like to acknowledge Joanne for her work and Victim Community, Alliance of Victim Communities, am I getting that right, on genocide? Close, okay. And some of the groups here, Hazaras, Tigrayans, Uyghurs, Yazidis, I'm trying to think of the different groups. Tutsis, I think, I'm trying to remember. And hopefully that group, that alliance will grow. But there's an art and photographic exhibit right now. I'm happy to walk with a few people to spend a few minutes to look at that if you wish at the end of this, because it was lovingly, or with dedication put together. And we're hoping we're going to continue exhibiting it for a few more months. But I draw that attention because the lesson from that is not just to expose. For many groups here, people do not know the story of the Yazidis or the Hazara, or even Hezbollah movement. But the only way to kind of advance this is not only to protect the spaces and places where we can communicate and critically engage, but by linking arms. And this is what I wanted, by working together, by cooperating, collaborating. That's why I'm very admiring of the initiative upstairs, because a lot of these groups on their own probably couldn't have done even that small exhibit, but joining and saying, okay, and by the way, every genocide is different. The details on those experiences, it's a field in which I do some work, and sometimes we get into these kind of silly arguments, which genocide is worse, kind of completely stupid discussion in my humble view. They're all distinct and they're all terrible. But in trying to counter that and try and make sure that slogan, the promise that inspired Raphael Lemkin, who was the person who coined the word genocide, the idea of never again, that we really can prevent those things, that we can get past the kind of dark side of our human condition and actually live and celebrate with joy and with the open-ended potentials of freedom and mutual respect that can create a really much better world. We really can do that with the wealth of intelligence and skills and talents that exist. I think that only will come through cooperation, through active cooperation, through alliances, working together. So with that, I just say that thank you to everyone, and thanks again for staying on a weekend on By the way, it's kind of cold and wet outside, so it's kind of better to be inside. Thanks again, particularly Dr. Aksantu Tarak and those who initiated this. And thanks to all who came. And if you do want to come upstairs, I'll go there in a few minutes. I'll probably grab another cup of coffee, and then I'm happy to show people around for half an hour or so. Okay, thank you very much to everyone, and good luck with your work.